Everybody doing? Saturday night. Welcome. Just kind of got down here. Last Dance, how are you? I see you down there, man. Good to see you. Biscuit Vapes, John Grammaticus, cup of tea. No, there would have been a mackerel tied to the end of the line, which was my bait. A live mackerel, and that produces said fish. Random Goon, what's up? Duke's alive, yeah. Duke's alive, exactly. Hopefully my audio's alright. I just kind of plugged everything in, got it rolling here. I think I'm on the right settings. Clean the screen a little bit. Morrison's. That would be an expensive fish. That stuff goes for over $30 a pound here. And I don't even keep it. I sent him back and it swam healthily away. And I caught my first big one from the beach this year yesterday. So very exciting times going on right now. I was in Florida last week, so missed the pub. Hope you guys all had a good fun weekend, fun week, all of that stuff. I had a beautiful week down there. Family, extended family. We got a nice house. It's absolutely beautiful place. Sammy Cat, what's up? Good to see you. She was there. Is it cruel? Yeah, I mean, you could say it's cruel. Sure. I'm hooking a fish on there to go get eaten by another fish. I think a kipper might be either a mackerel or a herring. Both similar, but not really. I mean, similar tasting, I guess you could say. Smoked herring is a kipper, which I think is a Norwegian thing. Why don't you love smoked kippers anymore? Cup, you loved them. Could be a mackerel too, I don't know. Maybe you just can't get a hold of a good kipper. Summer's coming around the corner. I think I got it right. You guys are in BST now with your time. I'm always a little gun shy because it's either BST or GMT, and I'm obviously you're in BST because you already did your daylight saving. What's that? Is that a line from a song? Last Dance? Enlighten me. I don't recognize it. That's probably something I know, or is it a movie? Not sure, buddy. But yeah, we've had a lot of things going on around the world, in America, in politics, and in the war that's going on in the Ukraine, which is obviously going to go on for a really long time. Supertramp. Classic. Okay, Johnny knows about kippers too. I'll have to see if I can find me a kipper. Plenty of mackerel. I can catch those till the sun goes down when you're in the right spot. They make great bait. Reminds me of what's this? Oh, it's down here. I'll meet you on the stairs. Be back in like 3 seconds. Right here. Needed to get it frozen. Here's a little show and tell. Needed to get the ice cream upstairs. There is a mackerel lure. Kind of a nice paint job on that baby. This has a large lip on the front, so when you're pulling it through the water hits it and pushes it down. So it's a very deep diver. Good from the boat, not good from shore. Goes too deep, scrapes the bottom, gets caught on rocks. And I haven't caught anything on that. It was expensive as hell. Ooh, wait a second, we got another one here. We have about 100, but I'll just show you guys two different styles of the same fish. You've got yourself your deep diver, big lip, and then this guy is called a glider because it has no lip. So it basically, this is like suspends in the water, maybe down about 3 feet. So there you go, 2 mackerel, different companies, same design. Don't get me going on fishing, I could go all day. Yeah, fucking treble hooks, I know. They're nasty stuff. But I want to catch the fish, I don't want them to spit it out. Cavitator, interesting. And how are you, McGrand? Thanks for being here. Oh, from the freezer, it was, I believe, cookies and cream ice cream. We got the cones and the ice cream today, so little Saturday treat. Nothing like making your own cone at home, especially obviously for a kid. Gotta let them be kids sometimes. It's certainly a little bit of ice cream isn't gonna hurt anybody. I'd like to know what you guys think about what's going on in Florida. It seems to be a place where a lot of divisiveness is occurring, seemingly. Difficult to understand what some of the laws actually mean that they've written. But I don't know if anyone's heard anything about it. If you guys have, McGrand, I know you have. I'd like to talk a little bit about that tonight, at least to further my understanding of it. As well as, there was a report that came out regarding, 5K tomorrow. Yep, early morning. We got to set our alarms, by the way. Got to get the kiddo to the road race. And I need to set an alarm right now, because otherwise it's Sunday and I will not get up. Alright. There's Smoke Wife, yep. Pretty exciting stuff. And she should be good to go tomorrow. We had a fun time in Florida. It was killer. We rented a pontoon boat, a la The Great Outdoors with John Candy, and cruised around Tampa Bay for leisure, and went to a remote, deserted island, and there was naked people on it, which was pretty funny, pretty damn funny. So there were some people that had clothing and others that were naked. I didn't mind, didn't bother me one bit. The race is for charity, John, and it's a good fun for the kids, you know. a charity for autism. That is correct. Research and things of that nature. Let me see here. What do I feel like a smoking? The nudes, I know. Wasn't it funny, Mary? But it was good times, I gotta tell you. What was that sound? Is that the refrigerator? Weird. Casio? Casio's a solid name. Thanks, John. That's nice. I don't really know, though. I mean, it's not like we're talking about Tag or Philippe Petit or any of those brands. But yeah, sorry, I don't wear a watch. I can't help you. It's some blueberry here. This is some blueberry muffin. And it smells exactly like a blueberry muffin. Very sweet and a little bit of a winey, sour wine smell. Huh. I'm gonna get one rolled up. I ran out of tips. I do need to get some more tips. Although I'm not missing them that much. It's kind of tradition to have the little thing that I stick in the end, you know. That's what she said. Primary thing when you're on the west coast of Florida is sunsets. Hey, what's up, Gooner? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Wow. What is the wow for? 9 viewers. This is an unspectacular. What did you join in on? What? That's what she said? Is that what you picked it right up on? And welcome, Goon. Hope you're feeling well. I hope you've got your health and everything's working well for you, my man. As I think it is, because you're an alright guy there, Gooner. Playing the guitar a lot, Goon. Really enjoying the clean sound with the Strat. It's quite a fun thing, as you know. Clean with no pedals, just a little bit of reverb from the amp. I find that too many effects can muddy the water, if you know what I mean. Just want to play, you know. Play clean. You know, like Mark Knopfler of Dire Straits plays mostly clean with his fingers. Yeah, I know, McRand, but the problem is my fingers would be so sticky, dude, that stuff's sticky. So it doesn't really work. Fingers would be stuck together constantly if I was breaking it up all the time. I like the grinder. It's convenient. It's what people use with decent cannabis. Although, yeah, I want to get a 2-piece grinder that doesn't have a keef collector at the bottom. That, yeah, because all of that keef should be going to the weed that I smoke. Wow, that keef is fire, yo. Grind with your teeth, you crazy fucker. I do that in my sleep. Yeah, I do. I've gone. Grinding of the teeth is not good. Get this sucker dried out. Mama, were you looking at the keef? Is that what that was? Yeah, I got this keef in here now. I'm looking at it. I'm like, that's got to be probably 2 grams of straight trichomes. Wow. Whew. Maybe later on I'll pack a pure keef bowl. Cough for 10 minutes. It'll be great. Hopefully the sound's alright for you guys. I just cracked that a hair, but honestly I don't have to. It's not grind a shame, and it's alright. I don't care. I'd like to know, firstly, where'd my boy Biscuit go? He seems to have beat feet, but what's the big thing going on in the UK? Goon and Cup. I know there's always shit going on, but what's the news of the hour over there? We have seemingly some sort of a hoax that Harry and Meghan pulled about being chased by the paparazzi or overindulging in the story and being called out by law enforcement for it. But I mean, what else do you guys have going? It's well cured for the most part and dried. It's just right on. Cool Biscuit. That's cool, man. It would just be tedious to grind it all by hand, to pick and break it up. Yeah, I don't know. I think these guys don't really care about King Charles and Queen. What the hell's her name again? Is it Camilla? Camila? Parker Bowles or something like that? Packing Bowles? I see you down there, Goon. We can get this thing rolling if you guys want. Could play a little bit of clean strat, or we could just get right to it. Puta, that's funny. Horse face bowls, yeah, why the long face? She came in second in the Preakness tonight. No, strat first. No, strat first. I get you. Got it. Alright, let's see if we can. The old chip clip, roach clip. Got a canoe on this thing. Oof. Tasty. Go up, go up, go up. Aphid, what's up, man? How you doing? Here you go. Thanks. Thanks, buddy. I was talking about harmonic tapping a couple of weeks ago. So I'll show you a little bit of what I was talking about right now. Yeah, that's just tapping on a harmonic, corresponding notes from octave to octave. Simple stuff, but you have to very much concentrate to make sure you hit the right strings. And thank you, Aphid. Hey, Last Dance, how are you?
All right, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
Oh, I really enjoyed that.
Thank you. Random Goon.
Hey, yeah, nice work on the tapping.
Thank you.
It's not an easy thing to do.
No.
Unless you play piano, I'm sure it's probably easy. But...
Good point. Well, good point, man.
I have a feeling people would prefer you kick me off and keep playing.
Can't go on forever. But thanks. You guys had a good couple of weeks here. Everything been pretty solid for you?
Yes, it has for me. It's been a good couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm. Good. Goon, you been playing at all?
Not the past few days. I've got a bad arm, so or wrist anyway. So
you have the carpal tunnel or anything?
It's just a sprain. It was just Sven. I was walking him and he like jerked my arm the wrong way, and it's my bad arm anyway. So kind of made matters worse. And I was just like, right, I'm just gonna give it a rest for a few days.
Don't blame Sven. Sven's perfect.
Oh no, Sven is perfect. It's not his fault. He just wanted to say hello to another dog. But yeah, just my arm just twitched the wrong way.
Do you have him trained to heel when you're walking?
Yeah, no, he's pretty good at it. He doesn't listen first command, but you know, a couple of commands later, he's like, "Yep, right by my heel."
How about a recall if he gets off the leash? Do you have that?
Yeah, I let him off the leash every day in the fields. So yeah, I tell him to come back. He ignores me like the first attempt and looks around for anybody else that's about in the field. It's like, oh shit, there could be somebody I could meet.
Right.
And then he realizes and comes back. But yeah.
And he's all friendly. It's not like he's out there barking at people.
Oh, no. Yeah, he ran up to a dog the other day that's just barking in his face. And he was just like, hey, pleased to meet you. How's it going? The dog's like, ah.
Oh, are there leash laws over there in the UK? They're pretty common in the US here.
Well, no, not really. I guess there might be, but if you're like where I go, it's across a farmer's field, so
dogs have priority in the UK.
Yeah, I mean you can let them off, but generally when I see another person, I bring him back on the leash. Just because I don't know how that person's going to react to a dog or anything, you know. Some people are scared of dogs, so
I think I
leash them up as soon as I see somebody, or I try to. Sometimes that doesn't always work, but yeah, that's my sort of stance on it.
Last Dance, you were going to say real quick? Sorry,
I was just going to make a stupid joke. The only leash law is that you You have to keep Scots on a leash.
Not bad. Here he is. How you doing, McGrandy?
Mick Grand. How's it going, buddy?
Good.
It's good to hear.
See you guys.
Cool. Good to see you too, man.
You're a little low on the volume, it sounded like there.
Check, check, check.
That's better. Cool.
All right there. Random goon. How's your wrist there, buddy?
It's better. I'm gonna give it another day or two before I start playing guitar again.
Is it your
But
pick hand or neck hand?
my pick hand?
Yeah, of course, up and down.
Can we see
Yeah.
it?
Well, there's nothing to see, but I've got an injury that helps towards wrist pain. Let's say.
All right.
Mhm.
I
You can see
understand.
that injury, but I mean, it's nothing to really.
I know. I slammed my left shoulder about 6-7 months ago, body surfing, and it was like just a process of massive nerve pain in my arm, things like that. And my motto is if you wait long enough, it'll go away.
Yeah,
And,
that just won't.
And that was sustained by the first time I saw a doctor recently, where everybody dismissed everything as if it were some old fucker's paranoid delusions of agony, because they all associate that with like getting old, you know. Well, you're gonna hurt, yes. But anyway,
I mean,
Real quick, guys.
In
Someone
my-
we haven't seen in a little while. Let me just pop him in here.
in my
Mr.
case,
Lee.
Oh, Lee, hey Lee.
How are you all?
Hey, Lee.
good,
How's
good
it
to
going?
see you.
Good. How are you doing, dude?
Yeah, good, thanks. Yeah, good.
Just quickly, McGrande.
Yeah.
The injury I sustained, it basically there's a scar just there. They had to rip my whole elbow out.
Oh,
because
okay.
It was basically dust
Oh boy.
and replace it. So yeah, no going back for me.
No, I
Like,
can only
I
imagine
can't
there's a
move
lot of
this
nerve
arm
damage as
so
well.
much. Yeah.
You can't go digging around there and not have nerve damage. So
No, I mean, I was surprised how much the elbow like moves your whole arm.
yeah.
To be totally honest with you.
You were trying your first backflip on a motocross bike and shattered your arm.
Oh,
Goon?
yeah, while trying to save children from a shark. Yeah, no, that's exactly what happened, Steve. Thank you.
Basking shark.
Yeah, basking. Well, there was a basking one end, hammerhead the other.
Right.
Children just crossing the road, minding their own business. I had to jump in.
Land shark.
You know, Goon, I mentioned to you about my random bruises and everything, and I had like 2 months ago I had the bursitis. They call it actually bursitis. I never knew what it was until it happened to me, and it's this massive sack of fluid under your elbow from an impact, and so I'm aware about the elbows, man, and I find
I
I'm
never
hitting
had that.
elbows
That
all
sounds
the time.
absolutely disgusting. I don't want to talk to you anymore, McGrande. Hi, Lee. So what have you been up to?
There you go. Nice segue.
So I had to segue it.
Medical hour. Lee, what you been up to? You been good?
Yeah, been good. Yeah, just,
Good.
Getting hard, and yeah, just haven't been on for a few weeks. Just been doing other stuff. So, yeah, so, missed you guys. I've missed you guys. So I've got to get on tonight. I've got to get on. So, yeah.
Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You got the haircut there, it looks like, Lee.
Oh, I've had a haircut too, right? I've been on a health campaign as well. I've been losing weight, so just changing my
Very good,
lifestyle.
aren't you, my dude?
So,
Looking good.
yeah, thank you very much. So are you. Thank you.
You having a drink, Lee, or are you?
Oh, yes.
All right, all right. Are you having a tab and gin or whatever you drink?
I'm having a bit of a smoke.
Yeah.
And I've also found.
Call the IT guy.
Yeah. Reboot me, Lee.
Red wine.
That's down.
That's
Skip
top
down there. Reboot Lee.
That was beautiful, man.
Yeah, you're freezing up a little, Lee, but that's okay. You're having a little red, little Bordeaux.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, Rio. Yeah, Spanish.
Spanish, nice, good. Rioja. Very cool.
That's a valley, you know, in Spain.
Yeah, it is as well. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Aphid. Thank you very much.
You don't
In a
want
good
to
way, I
think
hope.
about how he was thinking about you, though, Lee.
Right, yeah, he had
Yeah. He has
some
a-
Vaseline in one
Yeah,
hand.
he didn't say what he was doing. Yeah, I was just hammering some nails here, and I was thinking about you.
Just
You
Take-
were talking
he froze again.
At the moment. You hear me now?
Yeah, but that was a great freeze, man. It was like
All right.
that was like cover of Time magazine there. See,
The news is reporting here about this G7. It's just funny that first of all, we're not going to give any tanks to the Ukraine. Honest, we're not going to give any tanks, and then they give them tanks, and now it's like we're not going to give any.
We're not going.
It's like now they've gone back.
Yeah,
Gave him those long-range missiles. That was a surprise.
Yeah,
and the F-16s or 18s. What is it that are
they're
going
talking
on?
16s.
I doubt it though. I don't. It'd take them a long time to train those pilots, man.
do you reckon?
They are training on them right now.
I'm sure they are, but they're look, a pilot is a pilot. If you got some aces out there, they're going to pick it up quick. But I don't know.
I suspect they'll get them and they'll fly them. Whether they survive is another story.
Well, you know what's amazing is you don't really hear anything about the air war anymore because both sides. It's an amazing evolution in warfare, modern warfare. I mean, it's a degradation in one way because they're going back to the World War I style trenches, but
Right.
the loss of air power being circumvented and armor being circumvented by handheld missiles. It's
Exactly.
absolutely amazing. Everything,
It
and
is
the
amazing.
drones, of course. Everything has changed. This is like textbook change of warfare here.
If you don't have air superiority, you got you're both sides are afraid to fly because it's just really a sitting duck. You just push a button
You know,
and plane comes down.
I got to tell you, it was like the CIA in Angola, the Cuban pilots. I don't know if you guys remember the history in Angola, but there was a civil war going on, and Fidel Castro said, "I'm going to support these guys," and he went over there. And I mean, it wasn't just Angola; it was all south on that border, down into Namibia against South Africa, and
Wasn't Portugal involved on the other
yeah,
side?
they all speak Portuguese, man. No, they're all Portuguese colonies, so.
Right.
And that's funny too, because Cubans speak Spanish, but nonetheless, the Cuban aid ended up turning the tide of the war, and the CIA, in an effort to overcome that, put out the word that any Cuban pilot who surrendered with his aircraft would get $1 million, and he could live in the United States. And it was funny because, nobody ever did it, but the Cubans grounded their air force in an effort to maybe avert any potential, defection.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Like how did this?
Not just that, just steaming around like, I want my $1 million.
Right. Yeah. Right. The CIA is waiting there with a
Well, I'm sure
a
they would've-
9mm with
paid
a
him off. I'm sure they would've
silencer.
paid him off. If it would have happened, they would have paid him off, and they would have had him in Miami, and he would, he'd been popular in the music
Maybe.
and everything else, and have a nice house and everything else, just to, prop up the story. So
Or maybe
it's,
just like, you're an idiot. Bang.
Yeah. Right. Shoot him. Get him down there. Take the plane.
Right. Thanks for your plane.
no,
Just-
the whole idea is effectively it grounded their air force without firing a missile.
Right.
That's the whole beauty of it.
Because Cuban knew that it was too tempting for
Exactly. So
them to defect. Yeah.
And too easy.
and carrying out a foreign war in Africa. I mean, think about Cuba actually going to Angola with weapons, supplies. I'm talking they brought artillery in, armor, all kinds of know-how, and they actually turned the tide of that war against South Africa, which was grounded there.
Wow.
Anyway, weird war. Sorry, guys, I didn't mean to divert attention from that. But
No problem.
it was like what's going on in Ukraine, what you can do, and how everything has changed. Warfare is just completely different now.
Yeah, Ukraine is almost shockingly archaic now with the trench warfare. It's World War One with modern rifles, but
And drones.
and drones, of course. But I mean, the videos I've been seeing, like on the less than safe websites, shall we say, of the real war stuff it's pretty crazy, man. Jesus.
You know,
Grand, I watched. There's a channel, a Twitter user called Ukraine Videos or something like that, and he was showing some air power, and what you see is these combat aircraft flying at like 100 feet, and then they rear up, fire these unguided rockets into the air, and then come back down and turn around. I mean, it's the farthest thing from precision bombing you could imagine.
That's to avoid anti-aircraft missiles, right?
Anti-aircraft missiles, yeah.
Both
And
both
they could
air-
beat the guns at that height.
both Air Forces have been severely reduced. Even the Russians don't have superiority over there. They're all afraid to. That we have been so successful in developing these anti-aircraft weapons that everything has changed. Everything. I mean, you can have a guy standing in the woods with one of these things. He can carry it on his backpack, you know.
That's right.
He can shoot, and he can shoot it down maybe 5 miles away. All he's got to do is get a visual on it, you know.
So,
do you think the Ukrainians will turn the tide? Do you think that this offensive, when they start it, is going to do the job? Or?
I don't know. No way.
What was the question? Could you repeat it?
Are the Ukrainians turning the tide, or is this offensive that they're about to undertake going to turn the tide, basically, right?
Yeah,
I don't think anybody's showing their cards. I think that's a smart thing.
Yeah.
It's a real logistical issue here. Most of Russia's vast, but you know, if you notice, and I saw your last dance. You had mentioned sabotage within Russia, and I think I briefly responded to something you had mentioned, and that is something going on. I don't know if that's a false flag. Remember, Ukrainians are Russians. Maybe they have deep contacts within Russia, and Ukraine is also known for mafia too. So I'm talking about relationships and how things work in the old world, and maybe it carries through today. I don't know if there's a relationship between Ukraine and some of these resistant movements in Russia.
It doesn't take much to have a commercial drone with some explosives flying around, right?
Especially if the guy's 5 blocks from wherever he's flying.
Right.
You know.
And you're right. They could have the one mob could have just put out a contract for the other.
Yeah, exactly.
And as long as you don't kill Putin, you're probably going to get away with it. There's sort of criminal rules that
well,
go by.
It's the new world too. There's no real air defense in preparation against.
It was
drones.
a totally ineffective attack.
Yeah,
so
especially, a $1,200 drone or $800 drone or whatever.
If it's flying above the Kremlin, you don't want to try and shoot it down. You're just as likely to hit your building by accident as you are the little tiny drone.
Yeah, they try and interdict the radio signal that controls it.
Yeah.
What are the Gatling guns they have on the side of ships that can take down cruise missiles up till like the last second before they hit the ship?
Yeah, those are Gatling guns. Tom Clancy talks about those a lot.
Stuff called the Phalanx.
Phalanx, yeah.
Close-in weapon systems, they're
Perfect,
called.
yeah.
CIWS.
You would think something like that would be maybe something they should have around a presidential palace or something along those lines too.
I'm sure they're there. Yeah, that's last stand. Against,
Exactly.
Incoming missiles in the Navy. Yeah.
I mean, we've all heard rumors of air defense stuff in Washington D.C., but on the rooftops or in some secluded areas like around the Capitol, the White House, yada yada. But I don't know that that's actually true or ever been
Yeah,
confirmed.
to be honest, nobody's seen it. You would have seen construction in a mass way,
It-
but
it-
you surely to implement weapons of that caliber.
You would think.
Well,
Yeah,
when the
somebody
when
would
the
notice.
when the Olympics were on in London, they just stuck things on top of tall buildings. I mean, there was people's flats, and there was like, whether they were Patriot defense missile sites, they had these things on top of the big buildings.
Hmm.
Oh,
Yeah,
come on, it's
I
Britain.
think-
They
I
probably
think the
stuck
Ukraine-
homes.
I think the
on
Ukraine,
top.
the Ukraine conflict has shown that all it takes is one guy with maybe a couple of those anti-aircraft rockets.
Well, yeah, I mean, those Patriot defense things aren't effective at all. They're corrupted. It's like those HIMARS are corrupted. They can be corrupted too.
Well, I'm just talking about, localized defense, air defense.
Now, how so, Welshman? And how you doing, Welshman? Welcome.
Hi,
It's been a
Welshman.
How
while.
you doing, man? How you doing, lads?
Good to
Good,
hear you,
good,
buddy.
good, buddy.
I'm not sure about how the Patriots are being compromised, but the HIMARS are definitely being compromised by something quite simple. By the Russians are doing something. I'll have to check it.
Some sort of a what do they call that when they block a signal from something?
Yeah,
Jamming.
I don't want to say
Jamming.
too much. It's compromised, definitely compromised. The HIMARS ones are.
Well,
We've been jammed.
Jamming rate.
They-
Strawberry.
they've been pretty effective so far, so I doubt they've been jammed.
Ma-
'Cause-
well, you're listening to CNN. I'm not, mate. And HIMARS are compromised.
Well,
I'll get the receipts if you want me to.
no, that would be good. I'd like to see that. Thank you.
Okay.
They worked against the lowly Scud missile of the early 90s
No,
in
he's talking
Desert Storm.
Patriots. Patriots
No,
and
our
HIMARS are
Patriot
different.
missiles,
Yeah, they're still effective, dude.
they worked against the Scud missile. I think that's when
There's
they
a video out there
That's
of
highly.
Patriots firing rockets, and then you see all of a sudden a blast at the source of the launch. But
Just
the
to break it,
Patriots have
just
been
to
extremely effective in Israel, for example.
okay, just to break it down.
Okay.
If a missile goes up and doesn't hit its target, they will self-implode the missile because obviously it will land on people down below eventually. So when you see explosions in the sky, it doesn't actually necessarily mean it's had a direct hit.
That's
What
true.
it means is it's either exploded or had a direct hit.
no, but if you
but
see
it
a
doesn't-
secondary explosion, that's.
Well, no, you.
sometimes.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I've seen them in. I've seen pictures of them in Ukraine going up, and you see an explosion, and then a fireball.
Yeah, I know.
A fireball coming down. That wouldn't be the Patriot.
It's an
That would be an
intersection of
aircraft.
contrails as well. You can.
No,
sometimes
that
the
would be
incoming
in a
missile, you can
rocket
see it.
within a rocket. Though. I mean, they
Every missile that goes up as a defense has to be exploded either by impact or self-exploded.
But when the missile explodes, it's a flash, and that's it. Everything explodes at once.
I'm not on about
When an
planes though.
airplane- When it hits
Well,
a
I'm on about
plane,
planes,
the
well-
fuel burns.
Yeah, well, I wasn't on about planes. I was on about missiles coming into a city and the defense missiles coming out. And
Oh,
it's
yeah.
in the dark. It's in the dark, and you see the missiles firing up. They've all got to either explode themselves or hit a target. Either way.
Yeah, you never know.
Well,
Sorry.
I think that's fair enough. Based.
Yeah.
We're not experts.
Now, I mean, what seems to be happening in Israel is there's some serious firepower being launched at them. So they say, and it appears that they're having success in stopping most of it. Is that right?
Does seem to be the case.
They seem to stop a lot. Yeah.
It's
But
the
they don't
smaller
use-
stuff that causes the damage.
Yeah, they don't use Patriots to
Yeah.
intercept the
Well,
rockets.
in the old days they did when
They don't, do they, Last Dance? They use their own system, don't they?
You're right. The Patriots are way too expensive.
What do they
to
call
use
it? The
on-
Iron
Iron Dome? Yeah.
Dome.
Yeah, I knew when he said that, McGrandy, he wasn't right. I just want, yeah.
well they did in the old days have Patriots there, man.
Yeah, mate, yeah,
I'm
whatever.
sure they
It
still
might
have
have been
Patriots.
during the Iraq War. I don't know. Okay, because the Scuds were going that way. You remember?
Anyone follow Trey Yingst on Twitter?
No, but
He's
I've heard the name.
He's a good reporter from that region, often in the fucking shit. He seems to always. It's wherever he goes, they shoot missiles at him. So if I was like, I'd stay away from that guy if I was there.
It sounds like bad luck.
Where's he from? Give us
He's a reporter.
For who?
I think he's independent, and he does some reporting for Fox.
Okay.
I'm following a few
Is he American?
independent reporters. One called
Fox,
William
yeah, Fox.
for Australia. He's got a brain. He's dying from a brain.
Yeah. He was there.
He was there in the early stages. This guy is amazing.
Yeah, I followed him as well.
Yeah, he's really good. And to be honest with you, he's admitted about 9 months in that it's not as he thought it was when he arrived. He was more awake to what was actually going on, and he basically says that these days, he said, it's horrific what's going on. It's going on both sides.
Yeah.
It's just fucking horrendous.
Yeah, but
And it's a meat grinder, and that's what it is. It's just a shit show.
It is. But he's been out of country for a year almost, right?
Yeah, but he when he was still over there, he spent about the first 9 months over there, I think. And
I don't know how long he was there, but it's been a while since he's been there.
Yeah, it's my understanding that there are some cities in the Ukraine that have come back to some sort of normalcy. Obviously, they're still in a country that's at war, but there's also like a very large lack of men, of men of war-fighting age.
I've been saying this, mate. I've been saying this. The worst thing, mate, is Steve, is that the good men, the experienced men in the Ukrainian army are all dead.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, they're all fucking gone. They're in bits. And now what they're getting just very inexperienced, obviously, Ukrainian men or mercenaries, of whatever description. And if Ukraine if Ukraine don't get this in 6 months, it's all over. They haven't got the men.
Or the other alternative is that we're training them for a fortnight or something.
No,
Yeah.
we are.
And sending them back in there. And it's like, that is not enough training to give somebody.
But random,
in
you're
New
absolutely
Orleans.
right. Because that's what we've been doing. We've been training these guys in the UK and the United
Yeah,
States.
but for fuck all
And we've been
time.
training
It doesn't do anything, McGrandy.
No, but
you know,
it's the
you know
long
as well
game,
as-
boys. The
Welshman,
Russians
you know
are
as
in
well
for
as
the
I
long
do that-
game, so are we.
Well, let me put it. Some of the
As I do that all they'll do is they'll do a red flag operation in a NATO country, and then that will give them the excuse then to go in on the ground. It'll come.
Turn yourself up a bit, Lee.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
better.
it's a bit low, though.
when you have a squad or crew of guys in the United States military, they're in a war zone. There's always guys sitting around everybody looking outward with their guns ready to fire. Like, this is basic. Like, you never have people hunkered down behind walls without people on post, guarding the crew, whatever it might be. That's basic military training. A lot of the more recent videos I'm seeing, you're seeing like Ukrainian soldiers hunkered down behind walls and hunkered down in pits, and the Russians just advancing on them to within 10 fucking feet and just wasting them because they don't have anybody sitting there looking out to like, oh, they're 100 yards out coming in. You start shooting at them and it stops an assault. Like, these basic training things.
Where are you getting these videos? Telegram?
Yeah.
No, Chaotic is the site that I've been seeing a lot of it on.
So you're getting a Russian perspective, which is interesting.
No, it's
No.
both sides.
No.
But what
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
getting at is a lot of that is the smart thing, because a lot of times it's any assault comes after artillery strikes, right? Usually, if you're having some sort of mortar.
Yeah, but McGrandy, if you've had maximum 2 months training, literally, they're not even getting that. We're talking weeks generally. They're getting quickly trained in Poland or a neighbouring country, and they're in the thick of it. They're in the fucking trenches. There's 60-year-old men in the trenches. They're older than you, McGrandy. They're in the fucking trenches, right?
I don't know, Based. We saw from the leaked classified documents that Russian deaths were 3-1 to Ukrainian troops' deaths. That doesn't speak well to the Russians either.
So when you're on the advanced,
that's a formula. It has to be 10-1 actually for the Ukrainians.
Well, it's just
they're going to run out eventually, even if they are going 3-1.
Okay, there was a leak recently that came out of U.S. intelligence, which proves basically the opposite. But it wasn't supposed to be released, was it? But look, all these numbers that are saying 7-1, 10-1. Whoever's pushing is the people that lose the men. I'm afraid that's how war works.
Welshman, that leaked document you're talking about, right? Which I also read. I don't know if you picked up on this, but most of the casualties are Russian convicts. Now they're saying that most of the Russian army is completely intact and is set back. That's why, like McGrandy was saying earlier on, I don't think they're showing all their cards.
I don't think so either. McGrandy talks, it's like, Russia are beat.
They've got hundreds of thousands of them that they can just use as cannon fodder.
Yeah, let me say this.
Right.
The cards are stacked against Ukraine. There's no doubt about it.
Most of the Russian army, as in professional soldiers with experience, are completely intact, they're saying.
Yep.
Keeping them back.
I don't believe
are these
that.
leaked messages that guy posted on a Discord as well?
Yeah, Jack Teixeira.
Yeah, proved that Russia is just because he wanted to win an argument. Fucking mad lad.
Yeah.
Someone on the Discord was contacted the State Department and was like, "This isn't right." One of his own boys, I think, was like, "This dude's sharing secrets here."
It didn't even get any traction, did it, Steve? It was on there for about 3 weeks and then got reshared.
It's funny. I saw you guys show the last couple of weeks and you were talking about that, and I wanted to mention that the leak actually happened on Discord.
Yeah, exactly.
So Lee, can you remember what the deaths they were saying the Ukrainians are suffering? Is it 100 and
about 133,000 was it, and about 200,000 for the Russians?
Yeah.
So all this 7-1, all this 11-1 that you hear Western media outlets coming up with, and then people parroting it on panels. That's just not the case, is it? It's a bit like. From what I'm seeing, is the Ukrainian authorities have put their soldiers, barely trained, into a meat riding position, and for long periods of that time, they were just being slaughtered. The difference is, and I've said this from day one, is the Russians can replace men. The Russians can replace men. The Ukrainians haven't got that ability.
But you know what it's about, Based? They are being invaded. They are defenders, and they're fighting to the last man.
Well, like Iraq,
and that is that's epic.
Like Iraq,
and
yeah, but McGrandy, they brought this on themselves as well. I mean, I'm not a Putin supporter by any means, but Ukraine brought this on themselves.
You can't just jump on he's the little man.
You're rationalizing an invasion of another country.
Like Iraq. You're talking about like Iraq or Libya.
I would never defend that, Based.
Well, that's a sovereign country, wasn't it? Iraq.
Absolutely, that was one of our. We all know in history that.
So should Bush be a war criminal like Putin?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Blair.
Yeah.
Well, we can agree on that.
Yeah, no doubt. So then, essentially, by answering it that way, Based Welshman, then you agree that Putin should be a war criminal.
Well, as long as you put the Western leaders up on the same pedestal as big bad Putin, then yeah.
No doubt about it.
So let's say they don't, because we know they won't, but they want to with Putin. Does that mean because they won't with others that would be guilty of the same thing? Well,
it's hypocrisy, and I don't like hypocrisy.
It's hypocrisy. I'll give you that.
I will subject to you that 9/11, whether it was real or construed or we were attacked, was the worst thing that could have happened to the Western world. Well, let me give you the Patriot Act.
It's the worst. The Patriot Act is
let me
terrible.
tell you, the Department of Homeland Security taking over all the borders and all that kind of crap. So it has simply, it's almost like Osama bin Laden's plan worked. He bled us in treasure.
You sure it was Osmo's
He
plan?
denied us our liberty as well.
Who?
That's
Osmo
right.
did.
He
Or
induced
Bush.
us to shoot
Or
ourselves
Bush.
in the foot all the time.
It was all part of the master plan. Okay.
One of the laws or rules of the Patriot Act was, I think, anywhere within either 100 or 200 miles of the border,
100.
you could be searched. And truth be told, I went through a federal search point, and I was riding dirty, you might say, and they got one look at my face, and they were like, "You're good, go ahead on through." And I'm like, "Don't take a big sniff now, officer." But they weren't looking for, they weren't looking for whatever back then. They're looking for terrorists, and I'm just a white guy.
No, mate, they're looking for contraband. They're looking for contraband. They're not even looking for terrorists.
Steve,
So
when was that? How
they're
long
looking for
ago?
drugs, mate.
Jeez,
They're actually
that-
looking for drugs.
That must have been 20 years ago, dude.
Okay, but you know it's funny? I took a long bike ride. I did a 40-miler the other day. And I saw Border Patrol cars on Federal Highway. Federal Highway is a highway that runs up the East Coast all the way from
95,
west
baby.
to Maine.
Yeah.
And I saw DC, or they weren't DCF, but they were Border Patrol. And I'm like, what the fuck are those guys doing here? We don't have many rafts coming in anymore, but it's just like,
Dude, Border Patrol made the fatal shooting in the Uvalde mass murder at that school, and Border Patrol seems to be doing a lot more than we realize.
They came to the rescue in that one, did they?
Well,
Fuck yeah.
well, Steve was mentioning about this border you've got around the UK. It's a clear border. It runs the whole country 100 miles in, and they've got jurisdiction on that outer skirt.
Yeah.
They can do shit, man. It's crazy.
That's expired now, though. So
Is
it's
it?
back. The Patriot Act is no longer in effect. Is that right, Last Dance?
Well,
Maybe parts of it.
I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of it is still.
Shit, dude.
That
When
Section
they bring-
215 is no longer in effect.
That's the search thing, right?
No, that's the. That's a spying thing.
Hey, just changing the subject for a second.
and they only changed it. They only changed it because they got found out. Is that correct, Last Dance?
I think it was in the original.
It's sunsetted, and they didn't renew it.
Right.
I was just
Yeah,
saying.
they don't like giving you your freedoms back generally, do they?
No,
It's,
they don't.
it's a hard thing to gain back.
What about Quan?
Wait, Lee, speak up. Get close to that mic, man.
Yeah, go ahead, Lee. Go.
Just changing the subject for a second.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on another big news story? I think it was today. Was that AI is going to? There's a company here called British Telecom, which is like our biggest telecommunications company.
Yep.
So they're going to get rid of 10,000 employees because of AI. So it's the first big casualty of AI in the country for companies. What are your thoughts on AI? So are you worried about it?
AI is extremely dangerous and should be monitored and controlled.
I think we don't need it. It's fucking stupid.
Well, we'll all become.
It's not stupid, mate.
We'll become
It's taking over people's jobs.
under the power of Hal.
That's what I mean, though. It's just like another way to eliminate human beings from.
It's not even that.
It's
Like all of a sudden, AI will end up learning on its own, and
It is now. That's the fucking thing. It is now.
and the outcome is unpredictable, which is just can't be tolerated.
Right. So you're saying
good
essentially they're planting the seed for what will eventually be the
Hey,
Terminator.
it's Terminator all the way, baby.
So this is Skynet.
I mean, there's a lot of hype and fear mongering, but in truth, it is definitely and always has been a valid concern.
Have you seen Sarah Connor?
This hopefully will wake up the normies, because
God,
Nothing
I hate
else.
that phrase.
nothing else seems to be waking anyone
What
up.
does that mean? Normies.
People like you, Migrande.
Lesser beings.
Ow.
Define it a little bit more if you could.
You don't want to know.
Or an NPC. They're called non-playable character. Like they're like that character on the computer game that just goes around in a circle all the time when you come into his picture.
All right.
He doesn't do anything. That's what an NPC is.
What it is, it's a way for some people to feel better than others, just like every other insult. And in this case,
And True Tate
Well,
is,
I
know that much.
I'm so glad you understand who I am, buddy.
Okay.
I want to discuss this with Aphid when he gets on here. I think he thinks that humans are bad for the planet. Aphid's a human hater.
I mean, you could, unless you're a human, humans are bad for the planet. They've,
Well, he's an aphid. That's why he hates humans.
The AI might actually work out that humans aren't really good for the planet and get rid of us.
Right.
But what's crazy about that is when it comes to CO2 levels, right? As a period, we are at the lowest period of CO2 in our history, right? They can prove that from the ice cores in the Antarctica. They can take the ice cores out. They can work how much carbon was in there, and for the last 8,000 years, this is its lowest it's ever been, up until like 200 years ago. So if you take your records back, say 200 years, it's going to show carbon rising. But if you take your levels back 8,000 years, it proves we're at the lowest level it's been. But they don't tell you that.
Sounds pretty convenient to me.
Now,
It is very convenient.
there was an interview between some lawmaker and Greta Thunberg recently when he asked her, well, if a small section of the world follows these rules and another section of the world doesn't follow these rules,
Correct.
how much of a benefit is it going to have if the overall carbon isn't reduced enough? Because the other, say China, who's what we're talking about,
And India.
India said they could never meet the goals of it. They were like, no, not fucking possible.
It's probably good to point out that India has now surpassed China in population.
Yeah, that's correct. That is last dance. So it's India, China, I believe, South America. America's 13 or 14%. The UK's 2%. So a bit like Steve said, unless the thing is, they won't even give the guarantee anyway. But like the UK produces 2%. So if we just fell off a cliff and disappeared, what would that what change would that make with the global? Nothing.
But you know what? I think we're missing the point. And I've had, because I'm a little older, I grew up down here before the catalytic converter, and I used to be stuck in traffic and the windows. We didn't have air conditioning back then either.
Leaded gas, back in the days of leaded gas.
And
Good old days.
Renting, uncontrolled production from factories and things like that. And I lived in a pretty clean area of the country compared to what it would be like where you were, Steve, at the same time, or any industrial Northeast. And I've got to tell you, the quality of the air and everything else has improved dramatically in the last 30 years, 40 years. Even litter. Nobody even litters anymore. It's
all true, but that's in the U.S.
No, but I'm talking about, he's asking what are the benefits. And the benefits may not be something that's majestic on a worldwide scale, but on a human quality basis.
But we're not on about physical pollution. We're on about climate change. We're on about actual change. So it's not like.
Come on,
I agree that it's be good not to produce lots of carbon, etc. But at the same stage, right? I do not believe. People say, "Oh, it's got hotter," or "It's got there's been there hasn't been snow for 20 years in Cardiff or America or a certain part of America." It doesn't make any. That's anecdotal, and that's a pinprick in the global cycle effect. It's literally just a tiny pinprick. We need thousands and hundreds of thousands of years to start working out things like that.
But in honor of Greta, let's just say there has been an increase of quality of life for many people who adhere to these things. No
This
more
is just
litter.
this is just a tax squint.
People are
This is
picking up
just
the
about
dog
getting
shit,
money off the
dude.
public. You understand that,
People are picking up the
McGrandy, don't
dog
you?
shit. Nobody did that. in
It's
my
a, it's
day.
a
I
tax
used to step in their
scam
dog
for the
shit.
It's a
Western
tax scam. He's a fucking idiot. I started literally. I was
China 2 years ago, China, when Trump was in power, Trump was very much about the opinion, wasn't he, that there's no global warming, this, that, and that. And at that point, China then, because they couldn't reach an agreement on the levels, unmothballed about, I think it was about 12 nuclear power stations. That's creating more pollution than the whole of Europe added together. So it's just ridiculous that we get taxed the highest for everything that we've got to abide by, and it makes no fucking difference. We're contributing hardly anything.
You know what? Dude? You guys are a rich empire. You could move to the Caribbean and pay lower taxes, probably, but you have a quality of life that's well worth it. You have an enviable quality of life, and maybe that costs money.
Hey.
Senator Kennedy said in the Senate to one of the global experts.
He
said, "So if we put the money you're requesting, 50 trillion, into global effects, net zero, and all that," he said, "what will that do to the climate?" And you know what the guy said? "I don't know." He said, will it reduce it? And he said, "I don't know."
Based. The fact is that we're on a slope that is not going to be altered.
Are you listening, McGrandy? The expert in America, when questioned in the Senate under oath, said he doesn't know, can't give an answer.
Welshman, do this right. Before the news, there's the BBC weather. Right, just listen. Sometimes it makes me smile, mate. They'll have their weather presenter on, and then they'll say like, oh, let's say like today, May the 20th, 21st or whatever, yeah. And they go, and when we look at our records, this is in line with the average temperature for this time of year. And I think, oh, hang on, that's interesting. Then you look at your records. There's nothing about it's warmer than the normal, and it's just amazing how they trick up from time to time. And if you listen carefully, you just pick up on those things. So it's just
But again, would that not be in the same anecdotal category that Based was just talking about? With observing the weekly to monthly to yearly weather, that's not on a climatology level of
they're using that though. They're using that scale going back 250 years. Why can't we use that scale for our point?
On your side, I got you. Okay.
I think we should, Dave.
Fair point.
It's a valid point.
I mean, the worst thing about it is it's a scam. It's all a scam, because like if you talk about monoculture, which is what a lot of them are talking about now, they want people to do the monoculture. It destroys the local environment. If you just do one crop and you take out like hectares of land, you're taking out all the bees. If it's all it's crazy. It's not what we should be doing. And a lot of these crops, when you crop them and then you ship them across the world, makes no sense at all.
You're completely right about that. I love the whole. I even could take it further than that. I love the locally grown or locally. Yeah. When you can get a steak or Last Dance a potato that was grown near you or whatever it might be, it's better than getting one from fucking Argentina or even Idaho. It's still better to have it be from, like for me, Maine,
Steve, I live in Florida and I can't get a Florida orange. They're all California. Kills me. Drives me nuts.
Weird, isn't it?
I'm going to have to drive like 60 miles up north.
Fucking first world
get a Florida orange
right now.
And I grew up in a world where there were trees everywhere.
But I'll have to agree with McGrandy. I'll have to agree with McGrandy. How can he not get a Florida orange in Florida?
Yeah.
When obviously California oranges are really good too, but that's got to transport around the country, and they do that through it all, don't they? They do that with tomatoes from Spain and the UK. And it just goes on and on and on and on. It's so much back towards sort of shit.
We've actually have a citrus problem in Florida. There's disease going to the citrus.
That might be the reason then.
But it's been like that for a long time. But what they did, it was funny. There was another disease that came through, and what they did is they actually, and Steve, you'd love this because your dad lives down there. They actually went into people's yards and cut down their citrus trees.
Huh.
Literally, the state went into their backyards and cut down their trees, and they might not have been infected at all. And I know people that had trees that weren't infected, and they cut them down. I'm talking like
Sounds like mad
20-year-old
cow's disease, doesn't it, Lee?
that would produce perfect fucking fruit every year.
But you know,
Beautiful trees.
we pay it's called, is it community tax, guys? A monthly tax that we pay for like services like your police, fire, and street lights, and but more than anything, your garbage to be taken away. So, but they raised
the council tax.
Council tax. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. But they raised that.
How posh are you, Lee?
They raised that on the basis that they're going to supply you more bins, one for plastic, one for cardboard, one for general rubbish. So we have to pay the increase. And then there's certain councils that have been caught out where they've been taking all the rubbish and just incinerating the whole fucking lot. When they're supposed to be separating it out and going, oh, you're doing a great
Well, no, they're making us separate
I
it.
love passing by houses.
Lee, they're making us separate it, and then they're just fucking exporting it around the world to in wherever.
Yeah.
Or burning it.
Places. Yeah. But we're paying the
I love the fact that we got so many bins now that you go past houses and it's just like you've got to mooch around the bins because they got a row of 4 bins in the way. At every house because they got nowhere to store them. It's like,
Yeah. So a friend of mine, the council refused to take his bins because he had too many bins. So the week later, he bought big bins, like Father Christmas bins, and they refused to take them because they were too big. Now it's just like continual fucking nonsense. You're paying your £1,200 council tax a year, and they're fucking around with you, talking
Are
shit
you guys
and
talking
stuff.
about garbage pickup?
Yeah.
Here, that would be called, like your utilities bill, your town utilities, I guess. I don't know what
We
they
all
call
gotta pay it.
It's not property tax. It's actually something different.
It's
It
a
would be
separate utility bill.
every 6 months you get one here, at least, And
Here
usually
we
it
have-
has trash, water, and sewage on it, on the same bill, right?
I mean, here we have
I mean, we
bills
can
for utilities.
pay for the
I love that. So
general waste.
My cousins in Homestead lived in an agricultural area. And they had to pay for their garbage pickup, so they what do you call it when you put the garbage out in the backyard and you mulch it? They mulched all their like mulchables garbage and everything else
boom, boom,
separate.
boom.
If we
And
have a garden,
they would go to the dump like once a month with the other stuff they couldn't mulch.
yeah, we
but-
can't do that.
Drives efficiency.
Yeah, but we can't do that. We have to pay for a separate bin for green stuff. Basically, anything that you're cutting from the garden. Like if you got a garden, you're mowing your lawn, you got to put it in a bin. You have to pay separate for that.
Yeah.
On top of your council tax.
But, so if you mow your lawn, why not just mulch all that grass?
Yeah, mulch it into what?
Into,
Well, if
you put
back
it into
into
a mulch
itself.
pile and you can turn it into soil.
Well, the truth of it is, if you mow it,
oil.
if
That
you
would
mow,
go into the green bin that we have to pay for.
Oh, you have to pay
separately
for it
from the
regardless
other-
of use.
separately from all the rest. Yeah. that
What
we
if you don't
already-
use it?
Doesn't matter.
No.
Oh, okay.
No. You don't have to pay for it if you don't have a garden. But if you have a garden, you have to. You have to pay for it. You've got waste, and you have to pay on top.
We're
It's not included.
we're lucky enough I live in a flat, so for me on that, it's not good for the
Well,
dog.
I have a fucking long ass garden, mate. So it
Really?
pisses
How
me
nice.
off.
hey, do
But,
you mow it? Do you mow it, Random Goon?
Yeah, at the moment, yeah.
You got a gas mower or
Yeah, gas mower. No.
gas?
Good for you.
I had an electric mower and it's a piece of shit and I threw it in the garage.
So,
I got a battery operated and it's fucking awesome.
Oh, no.
And my daughter has a battery on it.
so
petrol.
random, you
Petrol all the
grow
way.
your own food?
Yeah.
Awesome, dude. What do you grow?
all sorts of mainly, you know.
Have you ever seen the guy on YouTube?
Mainly what? I want to hear. Mainly what? Sorry,
Well, like
McCrane.
really stuff like carrots.
Carrots?
Anything that grows
I'll be back now,
underground
Steve.
is much easier. Potatoes, carrots, leeks, that sort of shit, you know.
Lettuce.
It's well easy to
Any
grow. You just sort of
cucumbers?
leave it.
That looks right, Last Dance?
How about
As far as I can tell, yeah.
Do you remember him? Do you remember him?
I think so, yeah.
Well, this could go haywire. Banksy, how are you?
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen? I hope everybody's good.
Very good, man. Very
How are
good.
you, dude?
I am looking at the wrong side. I'm good. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute since I saw you guys live. I think I saw you live a few weeks ago, but last week or something, and then I just couldn't get on. I couldn't jump on then, so I left it. How is everyone? Are you guys all still? Have you solved all the world's problems? Everything's good
No.
now?
Many
Every
times
single
over,
one.
but no one seems to be taking our
Right.
advice.
Still
Yeah,
struggling with that one.
There's still war. The environment seems to be screwed.
Yeah,
But we're all good.
that's good to know. That's good to know. You
Cheers.
still? Oh, nice. Cheers. You still? Was it? You were making some alcoholic drinks, or was it some sort of weed? I forgot exactly. You used to make your own
Weed
stuff.
earlier.
Some concoction.
Yeah, he used to sometimes start off the show with a drink mix.
A drink, yeah. I'll usually make a margarita around 9:15. I'll whip one of those babies up.
Nice.
Is
Is that vodka?
margarita?
With vodka.
No, dude. It's
on, what do you
tequila. Come on, homeboy. It's tequila.
Okay. No, not down here. No way.
Yeah, it is everywhere in the world. It's fucking
What's up?
tequila.
What's up, man, Banksy?
Oh, big up, Welshie. It's been a while, mate. How's things?
Yeah, man, not bad.
I know you were in London a couple of weeks back for the feminist thing.
I've been roasting that. I've been roasting Pablo.
Ah, yes, I saw that as well.
Do you see me roast fur? I don't like the guy.
I know. You're not a fan of the Ukraine war. Yeah, there's a guy. There's a Ukrainian in Speaker's Corner, London. For everyone else who doesn't know, which kind of gives a speech almost every Sunday about Ukraine and the situation in Ukraine. And every time Base Welshman has been in London, he's been basically roasting him and trolling him. And yeah, it's some interesting conversations.
Yeah,
Is that
you
the
should go on my
part where
channel. I've
everybody
been doing some
stands
videos on him.
Is that
But it does royally piss me off that someone who's a Ukrainian, right, and has Ukrainian bloodline through all his family, he freely admits, he's not fighting in Ukraine, and he's a 25, 30-year-old fit
Well, I
Ukrainian.
will say this. He said at the beginning that him and some of his friends actually attempted to go back to Ukraine to join, but they were told if they don't have good military training, then they will actually end up at that stage anyway. They were going to be more of a hindrance than help.
Yeah,
because
you
they're gonna
believe
be-
that? You believe anything?
Well, that was the story that was given.
I mean,
but
they
yeah.
they have training programs that not people start out without training and have to be trained.
Yeah,
Of course.
they're training in the UK for fuck's sake. They're training in UK bases.
That's what I thought as well. I
for-
figured there
for-
would be
for
training.
like 2 weeks.
He's obviously just
Is
got
2
out, but
weeks
it's
long
easier
enough?
for him.
What makes me laugh about that is if I really love my country and I just wanted to do anything I could, fuck what anybody says, I'd find a way to get there. One way.
Exactly, Lee.
Yep.
I've thought about it a few times, and I've said to him in the end, I said, I'd be petrified if I had to be in the trenches. He said, when he said, I could imagine you being a coward. I'm thinking to myself, you're the fucking cowards, stood on a fucking stool at Speaker's Corner talking shit online. That's the person talking shit.
Well,
You.
Everybody
Hey,
fights
Welshman,
their war their
Welshman, if
way.
he was finding it difficult, there's loads of fucking dinghies on the South Coast beach. They're
Innit?
coming the other way. I'm sure he can get back easy.
Easy.
At least to Calais, anyway.
Do you know what? He can claim asylum in France as far as I give a fuck. Yeah, I tell you what, it suits him being the cowards they are.
Well, I mean, I know, it
The
is what it
French?
is.
Yeah.
I think if we're in the same sort of situation ourselves, then I guess our metal will be tested then. But
It would be
I don't
bouncy.
blame anyone who
But
doesn't want to
I'm-
go to the
I-
front line of a Russian, Ukrainian war and just get shot.
I agree, it's a horrible, horrible, horrible thing. But don't come to Speaker's Corner every week with your fucking pony Ukrainian flag, talking shit online. I'm not having it. It's bollocks to me. Every time I see him at Speaker's Corner, every time I go there, I'm going to be going for it.
So Base, could you define?
I would say, I have a way to help Ukraine. I will send you back to Ukraine so you can fight. That would be it. That would be a concrete contribution that we can make.
Last ads, my editor put on my thumbnail, hashtag send Pavlov back. It's Pavlov back to Ukraine. I don't know the hashtag.
I mean, how much is a 25-year-old body worth? It's got to be worth pretty much.
Base, can you define Speaker's Corner for us?
So Speaker's Corner is a place in London, in Hyde Park, by Marble Arch, that they've been speaking for 250 years. Is it now, Banksy?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was 250 years.
Yeah, Karl Marx has spoke there. Many
Lenin, Marx,
Lenin, very revolutionaries have spoken there. Controversial figures.
several
So
British
if-
prime ministers.
If it were in this country, it would be exemplify the First Amendment.
So,
Yeah.
is it a place where Marxists and communists hang out? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's-
Anyone.
No, it's just those are some
Because
examples.
Karl Marx and Lenin.
Both of them, yeah. Both of them were, yeah.
Yeah,
But I
so-
think,
It's
I
like
think
freedom
George,
of
I think
speech.
George Orwell.
Free thought.
By definition, Marx
Open
is a
and free
Marxist.
thought.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the only place in the UK that exists where you can basically say anything and make sure it doesn't project violence. Apart from projecting violence, anything still goes. It's basically down to America's free speech in that little 100 yards by 100 yards in the UK. That's it.
Welshmen, just out of interest, do they
I've
still
seen-
stand on a little?
Yeah,
Or,
not all the time, but a lot of them do. It makes sense.
Yeah, but
Stand
Like
on
a
a little stool.
like a milk carton or a soapbox or something.
Yeah,
exactly.
so-
They say literally get on your soapbox.
Yeah.
No amplified music.
Perspective.
there's a rule.
So-
That's why you were allowed to say anything you want, freedom of speech,
On the stool.
providing you were 6 inches off the ground, and that's why they
Right.
did the stool. That's the history.
That
of
was
the
That's where it
whole
comes from.
Yeah.
And just for everyone else that hears public speakers going on, and they say, I can't hear Posey Parker speaking, or I can't hear Tommy Robinson speaking, I can't hear whoever speaking. The reason why you can't hear them speaking is Royal Park rules. They do not allow amplified devices. So
Yeah.
you basically have got to shout, which is
So-
stupid
So
on
it's
these.
a place of great orators.
Yeah.
Can you you must get a lot of Jesus wheezers out there, right?
Oh, it's
Islamists.
Jesus and Muslims. It's all about Allah and Jesus down there.
Yeah, it's
Every
80%. It's 80% Momo, and about 20%. So you always get Islamists, and it's majority of the time it's Islamists. You get Christians guaranteed. You get flat earthers. They used to come, not so much these
Flat
days,
earthers,
correct?
And you get
flat earthers,
Ukrainians.
vegans,
Do you get any Catholics?
Vegans.
Ukrainians, communists, of course. There's plenty of
Okay.
communists.
Yeah,
So
not every week, but you always get the Islamists and the Christians every week.
But-
That's
but-
for sure.
but-
How do you tell the commies? The small round glasses. Let-
It's the one
Beware the
red-
communist fascists.
Wait, what are you
They
trying
have
to
normal
say?
attractions towards the chefs.
Small ring grass.
The thing is,
So-
the communists actually, there's about 3 prominent ones that show up.
Hi,
One of them
Cuckoo.
is actually the brother of Jeremy Corbyn. It's
Yeah.
Jeremy Corbyn's brother. What's
Piers
his name?
Corbyn.
Piers Corbyn, yeah. He goes there quite often. I mean, you guys know Jeremy Corbyn, right?
He-
The leader,
Yeah.
used to be the leader
Would,
of
would,
the-
would he would he describe himself as a communist, though, Banks?
Well, he's socialist for sure.
So you're saying Jeremy Corbyn's brother is farther to the left than Jeremy Corbyn?
Yeah.
No, don't get me wrong. There are certain aspects of Piers Corbyn. He was completely against the vaccines. He was completely
Completely.
against the
But he was
Ukrainian
also
war.
the man. He was also the man that turned around and said, "Oh, we'll save loads of money. We'll get rid of our nuclear deterrent." Oh, great!
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
great.
You know, but
Yeah, there's things about Piers Corbyn I don't agree on, but there's some things I really do. And I'm no Marxist communist, but he was completely against the lockdowns. He got himself arrested. He was one of the first people in the UK to get arrested.
Well,
for
Comrade
anti-vaccine,
Welshman,
anti-lockdown.
may I make a
He
statement?
got arrested at Speaker's Corner. I got arrested at Speaker's Corner. for Kung Flu as well.
Baze, don't you think that's a wonderful thing? What a wonderful
Not
experience.
really getting arrested at Speaker's
no,
Corner.
he's talking about the concept
about
of the
freedom
free
of
speech.
speech. I'm talking about the soapbox. I'm talking about true First Amendment expression.
Yeah.
Well, it's not
Still
though.
doesn't, it still doesn't work, did it? We got nicked. We
If you
both got
got
nicked.
arrested for it, then it's a
Still
fallacy.
did. Yeah, it's a fallacy. Exactly. That's my point, though.
They actually locked down Speaker's
we're not gonna
Corner
delve
during
into the
the
charges that
lockdowns, and they
actually-
said you're not allowed to stand in the street and or in that area and speak. And
Yeah.
that's why these people like Piers Corbyn and many others got arrested, because
They were
we went
violently
there and
arrested.
they
I was
decided-
violently arrested.
Yeah,
Piers Corbyn's 72 or something. He was violently arrested.
multiple times, not just once. He's been arrested
Yeah.
like 4 or 5
Arrested.
times.
What's the charge?
Well, during the
Section,
COVID was the
Section 7 under Kung Flu.
Yeah.
Oh,
Spreading misinformation.
A violation of the protocol.
No, being out during Kung Flu for no good reason, basically.
That was for that, but then there was several other times he got arrested for
Section 5.
protesting against the vaccinations and the guidelines against that, or mandates against that. He's been arrested for all sorts of things. He's very troublesome, and he also gets he's also anti-climate change as well. So
Yep.
he gets into a lot of trouble.
It's so funny to hear you guys talk about getting arrested, and I'm thinking to back to the '60s. You know, it's like
Yeah.
radicals get arrested, and you
Well-
guys are actually radicals in the modern world, and yet you side with the conservatives, which is so amazing to me.
Yeah, well,
It's the evolution of radicalism, you know.
well, it's funny because
politics is
we
different there.
McGrande, we got like we got Just Stop Oil and all these like nutters we get on the UK, you know, locking themselves on roads with glue and stuff. But they're globalist shills. They're globalist shills. It's a bit like Black Lives Matter, but you know, all the corporations are technically supporting these left-wing organisations. So it's like the left wing and now the globalist sort of protesters. That's what it seems to me. And we're all anti-establishment. You know, we want our freedoms back. You know, we had Conservative Party in power stripping our freedoms. You know,
It's
we're
funny.
against all that.
See, my perspective is biased because I live in a state that is controlled by conservatives, and I don't see any gain in freedom. I see a loss of freedoms.
So what have you lost in the last
My-
5 years?
Wait, my dad.
So what have you lost in the last 5 years?
Well, I'm just saying.
Come on, then.
My personal freedoms have. I'm not gay or anything else, so it doesn't matter to me. But
Okay,
I'm just saying that
what
there's a lot of
happens if
things
you
that
were
are
gay?
going on.
What
I'm
happens
talking
if you
about
were
target-
gay?
Well, I'm talking about like the abortion thing as far as women's rights. People talk about freedom, and yet I'm seeing that women are being denied control over their own bodies. And I'm not pro-abortion at all. I'm not. I'm just saying that everybody has to make their own decision because I'm a live and let live guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you mentioned the gay
So
thing.
I'm not trying. And believe me,
Yeah, but
I'm not pro-gay at
can we
all,
hammer
any of
down
that
this gay
crap. I'm
thing?
just saying
You're
that.
saying it's restricted in Florida now. Can we?
Well, I have no idea because I don't live in that community.
I didn't think you had any idea because I have no idea what's
Yeah,
restricted
yeah,
from
I-
gay
I'm not-
people
I'm not a
in
party to
Florida.
it, and
But you
guess
live in
what?
Florida, so you mentioned that gay people are restricted. In which way?
Well, I'm not saying they're restricted. I'm saying
You
there
did-
are
you said that.
restrictions that are systematically. It's
Well, I'm not gay.
I'm not.
You said.
I'm glad to hear it, buddy. Me neither. But
Not that
you
there's
said it.
anything wrong with that.
whatever.
Thank you. We needed someone to
You know,
say
it's like I said. It's live and let live. I don't care.
Yeah, I know. But your
and
first
I'm not
point
gonna
was
stand
your
up and
first
hold
point
the
was
flag either.
lucky I'm not gay.
Well, I am. I feel
So
pretty
what
lucky
is
I'm
it
not
with
gay.
being gay in Florida?
What I'm saying is there's a degradation of civil liberties that are
What?
systematically being eroded by
Well, if you want to talk,
process and an example of a controlled government by one party.
you want to talk Florida. Let's talk about the new law or that they're trying to pass or just did pass that would involve children and possibly families visiting Florida with children who might be going through some sort of a trans thing
Gender affirming care. I think.
Care, yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah. It sounds good. It sounds good. Gender affirming care, doesn't it?
So if they get to Florida and Florida deems them as somehow, if they discover that they're going through this or whatever, that Florida can take possession or change custody of the child or put them in foster care.
That's the fallacy, because it's a law that can't be enforced. Now, from my personal perspective, I don't think any child or anybody that is under 18 or 21 should be able to go through any kind of that process personally.
Good boy. That's the way.
But it's up to them as an individual, and if parents are like whacked out and they want to endorse that or whatever, they should hold their hand until they're 21, as far as I'm concerned. But
that's basically the Florida law, though. It's that you
can't that's what they're
children to have transitions before they're an adult.
But this has to do with if families are undergoing it in another state and then they say go to Florida for a vacation or something along those lines. That
what's the age for tattoos? What's the age for tattoos?
Hey, no, I'm not saying I agree with this law. I'm just pointing it out. And the age of tattoos is 18, I believe.
My point was enforcement. Yeah. So what are you going to do? Subject them to some hormonal?
So you wouldn't give someone a tattoo because they can get it in a different state, would you?
Yeah, no, but the thing is, it's not that they're getting a tattoo in Florida. The point is that if someone, let's say I have half a tattoo done in Detroit or California, and then I'm still undergoing the finishing of my tattoo, but I'm under 18 and I go to Florida for vacation, then am I liable to be arrested because I've got
No, it's not about getting arrested. But
no, he's right though. That's a good way of stating it, kind of.
Yeah, but you're not going to get arrested. You're just not going to get that sort of sterilizing procedure carried out in Florida.
That's the argument Steve is making, that if a person is already mid-transition and they're already, let's say, taking puberty blockers, but they haven't had the operation yet, would their parents be liable for any kind of criminal offense in Florida if they just go there for a vacation? If they go there for a month and visit
I have no idea.
But
now this is the new law right now. This is like live.
There's no way to enforce it.
There isn't, but it's definitely going to make families think to themselves,
Good.
And personally, I'm on the same
Go to
page
California,
as you guys.
that's what I say. Go to California on holiday then, fucking degenerates.
I'm on the same page with you guys. Like, I don't think that anyone under the age of the ability to make a decision as an adult should be making these decisions on their own body. Wait till they're an adult. They can decide what they want to do. Fine with me. I don't give two flying fucks. But, when you're a kid, your mind is fucked up. Hormones. Being a teenager, you're happy one day, you're a fucker the other day. Who knows what you might be feeling, But that aside, I think that this direction that Florida is taking with this rule or law is kind of bizarre. Yeah. And also DeSantis's, in general, his fight or his war with Disney, I don't really get, because the amount of revenue that brings into the state, McGrandy, and you can attest to this, there's a lot of money there.
Yeah, it illustrates the insanity of someone being offended because Disney had a differing opinion than the governor.
Disney have been promoting degeneracy now for about 10 years. Just look at their fucking things they release.
See, that is a very concrete example of loss of civil liberties.
Yeah.
Right there. Because
it's an overreach.
Disney is being punished for speaking what they believe in.
Exactly.
And freedom of speech.
Degenerate behavior.
Yeah, that's right. Degeneracy. That's totally protected.
They have the right to express their opinion.
Yeah, that is still accepted under the Constitution. It's not it's not against the Constitution. There is nowhere in the Constitution of the United States says thou shalt not be degenerate.
Correct.
It's just that's not a thing.
Not yet.
But I agree with the thing is that the problem.
Did you see the video of the Red Sox stadium when they're playing a game and
yes, that's called Fenway Park, brother.
all the beer stands are completely packed, but the Budweiser stand selling beer. I mean, you could nip there and got a beer straight away. There was no one queuing.
Yeah, the queue was going right back,
Yeah,
wasn't it? And
I
then it was the Bud Light.
So pleased about that. And it's, people just understand the power of what they can do. By
That's
just
right. That's the power of personal choice. And
First
it
of all, I
shows-
got to tell you, and I think
But
Steve
the thing
will
is,
agree.
I'll be honest, the Bud Light boycott was like the easiest boycott ever. Do you like drinking piss?
No.
Right,
No,
I
there's
agree.
something
with you.
else.
I was just going to say that, Banksy.
Like,
It's like 2%.
It's not like there wasn't any other choice.
Steve, it's like when I was a young guy, I went to Colorado, and they had the 3-2 beer, and you
Yeah, 3-2.
you could drink after 18, but you couldn't drink full beer until.
Hey,
21.
McGrant, can you tap your screen right in the center or somehow get it to focus?
Oh, okay. I'll work on that.
Oh, you look kind of cool that way. It's kind of abstract.
At least the internet's improved from 6 months ago. Have you changed the internet?
Yeah, I have. I'm
Just
gonna.
put your hand up towards your lens, your camera lens, and then pull away.
Slowly.
Slowly.
Yeah.
So that it stays focused on your hand as you
It's
pull
not
back.
focusing.
I got another device.
Slowly. Went too fast, dude.
Yeah, he pulled his hand out.
Oh, it's good now.
It's
Oh, he
better.
got it.
It's better. It's better.
So, anyway, what I was saying was the 3-2. You know, the 3-2 beer in Colorado when I was 18. 3-2 course.
What does 3-2 mean?
Course back then.
Percentage of alcohol.
Yeah, 3.2.
I mean, Bud Light's 4%, so I'm right practically.
Seriously,
Yeah,
4%.
we're talking
My
5
God.
here.
What's
and,
the point
and
of even
regular
drinking that?
Budweiser's 5.
It's like,
So you know.
it's like,
Yeah, but-
like I think I put sugar in my tea and it becomes 4% alcohol content.
I know.
You must be leaving that on the counter for a couple of weeks.
4%. Well, you guys need you need to get better beer.
No, dude. I know.
Germany or something.
I used to drink better beer. It's not the.
There you go. There
This
was
is-
a real man.
This is
Bud
this
Light
is
has
rum
its
from
place.
Barbados.
Yeah, Bud Light has its place, especially when it's hot. So, Steve, can you tell us about your adventures in Southwest Florida?
Sure can. They were awesome.
Pretty nice. How come
Yeah,
you're not
those
sunburned?
sunsets. Very, very. I wear SPF 50 long sleeve shirts, and I put the strong shit on my face, ears, and neck. And I'm out in the water fishing all day. I wade waist deep, and I'm out there fishing. And
You know what's amazing? Because I used to use, we used to call it allocator. It was a surfer's sunblock. And literally, it would take, you had to use a washcloth to wash it off a couple of days later.
Sounds like
And,
zinc.
And
yeah,
but the funny thing about it, it really worked pretty good because it was amphibious too. You could get completely wet and it wouldn't wash off. That's why you had to scrub it off. But nonetheless, I always got suntan anyway.
Lucky you.
It's just you don't get burnt. You know what I mean?
Have you ever thought
Tan
maybe
later
you're
on.
like a mixed race?
Me? No.
Yeah.
yeah. Have you ever done a 23andMe or a genealogical study?
I pretty much know where my people come from.
Yeah, but you look like a Pocahontas to me.
You're probably
My primary reason for not taking that genealogy test is I don't want to be linked to any potential felony from the last 100 years.
You don't want
There's
no
prob-
reparations, do you? You don't want no reparations.
have you been leaving your DNA at crime scenes, McGrandy?
One never knows, fast hands.
There's probably a felon in there, and you might be and there's like a 1 to 2% chance that you'll be a relative of George Washington.
You know what?
Everyone thinks that in this country. Like, I found out I did 23andMe. I'm a
Dude,
relative
I
of George
gotta
Washington. There's like 1 million relatives of George Washington. It's fucking crazy, dude.
I'm not a relative of George Washington.
When I was younger, I worked in Guantanamo, and I worked construction, so I was outside, and it was toasty out there. And I mean, the whitest guys, the whitest gringos you ever met, they were all like me. You know what I mean? And it was funny because the job I was making, the concrete where they were pouring it was like a football. It was 100 yards away, but I could tell who the people were just by the way they moved, because I couldn't tell by their color. We had Jamaicans and Haitians and shit, and everybody was like the same color from a distance. It's bizarre. And I'm talking white rednecks too. Everybody was toasty. And when I really realized it is I was flying home on a plane with this one guy who was a Cuban dude, and I'm sitting next to him. I got my hand on the armrest. I got my arm next to his, and I'm like, that motherfucker's dark. I'm looking at him, and I put my hand down there, and I go, holy shit, I'm darker than he is.
There you go.
It's a funny thing.
Steve,
Yes, sir.
I'm sure a lot of the Americans on the panel would have seen the clip about the nurse and the city hire bike in New York. That altercation with the black gentleman.
Yeah, I've seen it. Everyone's seen it, right?
I've seen that one.
No,
Yeah.
it's a city bike, they call it. It's a rental by the hour or by the half day or by the day. You get a bike, you pay $5 or whatever.
Just like in Boris Bikes in London.
Yeah,
Banksy.
we have them in
Yeah.
London. Yeah.
Sometimes they're free, sometimes you pay, whatever. But so, yeah, this woman... You want to explain it, Based? You brought it
Well,
up.
so what happened was originally this clip hit online, and it's available online, where it seems like a woman and some black people having an altercation over a hire bike, and the clip shows her doing some fake crying, which she clearly does. And then it went around in the next 48 hours. She was doxxed. She was suspended from her work.
With pay. Thank God.
Yeah, and lots of shit. Like obviously, she took all this flack. There was like
real quick, her husband was doxxed, and I reported that tweet about her husband being doxxed because I thought that was bullshit. He wasn't even connected to it, and he got doxxed.
Yeah, so she's doxxed anyway. So as it turns out, the clip just shows her holding a bike and the other guy holding a bike, the same bike. Anyway, they made her out to be the CBS and all the news headlines was white nurse tries stealing bike from black youths and stuff like this.
Totally demonized.
And as it turns out, guess what? She had paid for the bike. The code on the bike was in camera on the video, and they've paired the code with the code she's got a receipt for, a digital receipt, to say she bought the bike, or she paid for the bike. And she only paid for it for a minute because she reinstalled it because they ended up So what it turns out, there's a thing what they do. They wait for you to wait. Sorry, they wait for you to hire it, Banksy, and then they grab your bike. That seems to be what's going on. So that's but they played a good role. These lads played a really good role. They joking and laughing and etc.
So
well, she's now going for the newspapers.
In New York.
Yeah, this reminds me of a young man who sued Sandman. He sued these fuckers for something like this, and he won. Yeah. And she's going to do the same thing because if everything comes out that it's true the way that it's now looking, then she is completely innocent and they slandered her.
Yeah. She should get massive compensation from this.
A lot of the news companies put things like the word appeared to steal, and it's just like you dirty rotten scoundrels at mainstream media, isn't it?
Mm. This is exactly when they say people say.
Is there something breaking tonight about Harry and Meghan's death chase, and that now even the American police are going to take action against them because they've severely over-exaggerated what happened?
Yeah.
Possibly. Last Dance, were you going to say something about that last subject?
No, I'm fine.
All right, I thought you had something.
Yeah, I mean, I think that lady should. I mean, when I heard because when I saw the video on Twitter, I was like, oh God, here comes another Karen. And I totally bought the whole Karen storyline. But when I actually then looked at other things, and actually Mark Dice did a great video on it as well, it was like, yeah, she actually purchased it on her phone. The receipt was on her phone. But what happened is when she when the boys were trying to take the bike off her, she or the guys, they re-docked the bike so she didn't get charged for it again. You know what I mean? They just
Yeah.
re-docked it. I didn't know even this was actually a thing where they would wait for you to take the bike out and then steal it off you, so that you basically pay the fee for the bike. But either way, yeah, I mean, this lady should get compensated. I bet she should be suing in high heaven.
And Sandman, now we mentioned Sandman. Now, that was, like Steve said, that was a case that was so bad. When you looked, and Tim Pool repeats this on a number of, I've heard him on his lives and on regular, he actually mentions the Sandman case. He said, when I seen it, the first thing I said was, that's a short clip. Well, can we get a longer clip? And he said, I searched for a longer clip, got the longer clip, and I tweeted about it near enough straight away. And like for 2-3 days, these mainstream media just kept on rolling it out, man. And at some point, the solicitors and all these news companies surely would have said, what the fuck are you doing? The video's out. The whole video's out there.
Yeah.
But and he's looking to get how many million? Is it 300 million, chaps? 400 million? 500 million?
What?
That's the numbers I'm talking. Yeah.
$500 million.
I believe he got a settlement from CNN for about 300.
Are you?
I haven't heard anything like that.
Nice. Sounds like a good angle.
Let me check.
$300 million. That is a huge payout.
That's what I'm. When it's all finished, that's what I think. That's what they're saying. When it's all finished for him. I mean, Kyle Rittenhouse. That's a different subject again.
275 is what I'm seeing.
275
for Nicholas
million.
Sandman?
Yeah, for Sandman.
Wow, that's I would.
So I'm not far off at 300, am I?
Wow,
Yeah, no,
please,
you were close. It's
Please
just
slander me, CNN.
Well, you know what it comes down to?
That's an estimate, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's an
what they're
estimate.
seeking.
Yep.
We don't know what.
No.
They're seeking. They haven't.
No. They've settled, but the money is not the money's not there. But they believe the estimate is around 275. So it's settled.
Also, they've settled for 275.
No, they're not going to tell you what they settled for. They're never going to divulge
but that's the
that.
estimate. Sort of
I will gladly.
I think that's what he
sign that
wanted.
agreement.
He wanted that, and they probably said something like, "We'll give you 90," and he was probably like, "Good enough,"
No.
you know.
No.
Anything
Well,
north of like 60, 70 million, you're set for life.
well, he's got NBC. He's got CBC, CB. He got them all. Yeah, MS, fucking HIV. He's got them all.
I think the Washington Post also settled with him.
Yeah, a lot of different media outlets settled independently of each other to him because they're all separate businesses. So obviously, the dude's got checks rolling in, and he's set.
He's going to have Elon Musk money by the end of this.
All he did was stand there with
He'll have his own rocket company.
a fairly goofy smile on his face.
Yeah. His most offensive thing was his smile.
He got
That's
dragged
it.
badly for that. It was just so. I mean, he did nothing. Even with a goofy smile, even if he was like just sticking his tongue out to the guy, he did nothing to be dragged across international news. It wasn't just like he was dragged across American news. This was in Britain. This was in Europe. I saw it on German and French frigging channels.
That's wild.
Come on.
And like when Tim Pool's done the breakdown for me, he said, this is the edited version and this is the full version. It's like, oh, fucking hell. It doesn't even really know. It looks fine, the edited version, but the full version, just like the guy comes up straight to his nose.
Yeah, he comes up to him. Yeah. But,
Screaming in his face, basically.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the whole thing started with a bunch of Hebrew Israelites actually swearing and throwing all sorts of cuss words to these guys, to this group, because these are like a Christian group, Trump supporting sort of Christian youth groups that were on a day out in Washington, and these Hebrew Israelites were the ones who were actually there, sort of giving them bad comments, derogatory comments. And this Indian or this Native American chap, he did what he did as a way of trying to cancel out the hostility between those two groups, or what was building up. So in a way, he was trying to be a peacemaker with that whole thing. and try to like come between these guys and just kind of squash it. But the whole thing turned around and it ended up being this poor kid, because he just walked up to this kid of all the other kids, and he just ended up being in the news headlines for it. There was,
Right.
I mean, that guy could have picked anyone basically, and they would have all been in that
Yeah.
situation.
But
Interesting stuff. man.
it's good that I mean, if we look at Kyle Rittenhouse, for example, now that is a completely different case. He's currently got cases going through where they're doing him, trying to do him civilly, aren't they? And the latest I heard, and he's going to keep on battling this now for.
And
the
he
rest of his-
should. He defended
Oh,
himself.
absolutely. He should sue the living crap out of the media. But I feel bad for Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse is going to use all that money in therapy for the rest of his life. That guy killed 2 people. You know how messed up he's going to be? He composes himself really well on camera. But I promise you, that kid's got...
He's done a lot of growing up.
He's got issues.
Yeah, he didn't. He screwed up, but he didn't screw up by doing what he did that day. He screwed up. Maybe he was a little bit. His heart was a little too big. He went to
I
a
think his
place where he
parents
probably
screwed
shouldn't
up
have
more.
been. There was
know what?
there were mistakes made, but in the moment when he defended himself, he didn't make a mistake then. But the
100%.
things leading up to that,
I think
was
his
some-
parents
No, no,
made a
I'm not-
big
I'm not
mistake,
saying
Steve.
that-
I think his
gotta
parents.
get it. I agree.
Yeah,
And you know what? Though, about him, I don't agree with his politics, but I do. One thing I respect about him is his ability and to
Fire a
absolutely
gun.
put himself before the U.S. judicial system and go to court. Because most men his age would never have gone to trial. And for him to make that decision, for his parents to make that decision, I think and actually, once you see the video evidence, I think you want to go to trial. But for him to accept the fact that he went to trial and take that risk without settling, it was profound. It showed real bravery on his part.
I will say, I'm not blaming Rittenhouse for what he did on the night that he did. He defended himself. He was within his rights. Maybe he was a bit foolish to go out in the first place, but regardless of that, what he did as far as defend himself, he was perfectly legitimate to do so. What I'm saying is that it doesn't matter whether he was in his rights or not. He is going to, because he seems like a really genuinely a nice guy and an innocent sort of kid, and he's going to have serious psychological repercussions of that night for himself.
I just hope that he is not going to be manipulated.
Banksy, if you ever want to see an amazing breakdown of that horrific night, you want to look at V Radio on YouTube. He done a breakdown on it with he used multiple cameras from multiple different sources and broke it into a timeline. So it's very, very impressive, because what it does, I keep saying it breaks it into a timeline in real time.
Yeah.
And it was so intense, it was beyond.
I've seen that where he's switching camera angles and following him down the road, and you can trace the shooter. And there's at one point, I think they see one of those guys is actually kind of following him, mirroring him along on the side. And
If you look at it from a perspective of like the Florida law is stand your ground, if you look at it from that perspective, he was retreating most of the time until he was attacked.
Yeah,
so, he, in the state of Florida, you don't have to retreat, but he was retreating, and he was being assaulted and attacked. So, and he's
the
a young
dude,
kid.
a guy literally was about to smack him over the head with a skateboard.
Yeah,
he did.
That could have been a killing blow.
It hit his shoulder to his neck. That did.
Once again, if he didn't have the weapon, we don't know what would have happened.
Well,
Maybe
the thing is,
everybody
this is
would
the
have
thing.
lived.
If he didn't have the
Maybe
weapon,
would have been
he would
fine.
be the
Maybe he'd have
statistic
broken
right now.
nose.
Yeah.
We don't know.
I don't. I think they were they attacking him because he had the weapon, which they then identified him as this type of person.
Because he was the shooter. Because he'd already shot the paedophile in the petrol station.
Wait.
Because he'd already shot him, and he was on his
That
run.
guy
then,
was attacking
and
him
that's
as
when they
well.
chased.
That guy
had
to
actually
be
was
attacked in order to
exceedingly
be
aggressive. I
acquitted.
saw
Yeah,
multiple videos.
the midget pedophile. Yeah, the one he
The one
shot.
in the
Call him a
shorts, the bald-headed
pedophile.
one.
Stick to the fuck. Don't give
That
him
was
that
the
label.
first guy.
Yeah, yeah. I
Just
mean,
stick
you
to the
don't
facts. The first guy
exactly.
attacked him.
Yeah, the first guy that was a bald guy with like shorts on or something.
Yeah, with a
Uh,
reddish top.
Yeah, he was
Ritz,
exceedingly aggressive right off the
yeah,
beginning of the night. It
he
wasn't
was like
even like
he was
anything
like the
had happened.
small he was like the smallest man there and the most aggressive man there. And there was actually
Mm.
people on the degenerate side actually telling this fucking nonce to calm the fuck down. You've seen it earlier on. I mean, Steve's seen the same clip as I, because like half hour, an hour before, we're seeing this lunatic, like you said earlier on in the evening, being super aggressive.
Yeah,
So
no,
he
he
was taunting him
very aggressive that night.
from before the violence.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was from the off. That guy was just full on aggressive, just coming
So,
at them.
so when he's being chased down the road, Steve, that's directly after that.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so
Totally.
by that point they had kind of had him pinned.
Yeah,
as
they
well.
said, "Oh,
he's the shooter, so we're gonna have
he's
to
the
do
shooter.
something."
He shot someone, and he's running down the road."
Yeah,
And
from that
they
point
sort
on,
of,
yeah.
yeah.
It looked like they were cornering him.
They could have
for sure.
easily killed him.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's all like after the fact. They said hindsight is 2020. If Rittenhouse was never there in the first place, if he'd never gone out at that night,
Or
none
had
of
the
that,
weapon.
or had the weapon, then none of that scenario would have even tumbleweed or snowballed into each other. But unfortunately, it is what it is. I mean,
He
when people are
shouldn't have
burning
been
down
there.
your local, places
He
you
was-
work or places
in
you
my
know.
opinion, that was a true example of justice, and he was rightfully acquitted.
Oh yeah. I mean, you can't get. Any
that's
more
what I was saying
self-defense
to
than that.
begin with. That it takes some today in this day and age. It takes real balls to go to trial, man.
Yeah, because I mean, there's this guy in New York. He's going through it now,
Yeah.
and really, God knows what's going to happen
guess
to
what?
him.
The state's attorneys in this country don't want you to go to trial. Okay, they all want to do a
Yeah.
deal.
Yeah.
So anybody that goes to trial with a strong attorney,
Same in the UK.
you're
Yeah.
better off going to trial. I think, at least
So-
with the fan for, and even if you get convicted, you have the appeal process.
So
There he is.
so Hey, Fid.
Hello. Cheers, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Moment.
Hey, Aphid.
Yeah.
So in the UK and in America now, if you see someone getting attacked, say in the tube or on the bus and everything, what you should do is absolutely fuck all. You allow it to happen, and then when you allow it to happen, and they say, "Why did you allow it to happen?" You say, "Well, because I could be up on a charge myself because look at previous events." It's fucked. If the whole
thing
thing's
is, in
fucked up.
in Britain, you'd be immediately charged with manslaughter anyway. You kill a human
Correct.
being in Britain under any circumstance. It doesn't matter if the
Correct.
guy had a knife to your throat. If he dies, you go up for manslaughter.
Remember that guy that got burgled in the UK not long ago? Not
Yeah.
the farmer. He was there was an old couple in a house, and he found a guy in his house, and he stabbed him with his own the guy's own screwdriver, and killed him. He was a gypsy, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, he's up on a manslaughter charge
That's how it is
immediately,
in
just like you said. It's like an
Britain,
unwritten
it doesn't
rule.
matter. Yeah. It makes no difference. No matter however you can. I had a friend, one of my brother's friends, a young lad. He was like 16, 17 at the time, but he was a really big, tall guy for his age. They ended up in a fight at a pub, and in that fight, the landlord of the pub came from the other side of the bar to try to break up the fight. He had a weak heart. He died of a heart attack. My friend went to jail because of manslaughter, because the guy was involved in a fight that he was involved in, and he did I think 2 or 3 years for manslaughter.
You know,
This is
that's-
insane,
Wow,
but that's
2 or
how
3
it is
years
in
for
Britain.
manslaughter? That's bullshit.
It's
He didn't even
crazy.
touch the guy.
It's
The guy had a heart
crazy.
attack.
He didn't the guy literally just died of a heart attack in the middle of a fight.
But that seems like a minimal charge for manslaughter. Here, manslaughter would be like
You know,
10
so
years.
nothing as severe as that. But about 10 years ago, I was in my local town and out with my wife, and we'd had a few drinks, and we're walking home, and there's this girl, right? And she's getting, I'm not joking, she's getting leathered by her boyfriend. I didn't want to get involved. Like Welshman says, it's not worth it. But like he was like thumping the shit out of her. So I go over, right, and try and talk to him. So he starts to get into a little bit of a fight with me. So a few fists are thrown. And the next thing is, she's on my back, scratching my face.
Exactly.
And I pulled her off my back. I just went, "I'll get the fuck on with it. I don't give a shit."
That's exactly how it is. That's
So
how
you've
it
got
is in
the
this.
you've
That's
got the
when you get involved with
you've got the
Katrina.
state against you in the UK, and you've got the partner against you in the UK.
I knew bouncers, nightclub bouncers in sort of Midlands of England decades ago. This is like 20, 30 years back. The guy was on the floor fighting some bloke who was, basically there was a fight, and the bouncer was on the floor on top of the other guy, punching him up. His girlfriend stabbed him with with her stiletto,
Yeah.
with her shoe, into the guy's face.
Yeah. Well, that's a whole different topic, guys. We're talking about women and their pimps. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. I mean, that's, in this country, I mean, I don't know about
where is Smoke Wife when we need her?
Well, we had a guy, Welshman. I don't know if you saw this story in the UK, but we had a guy, a place called Stockport, just outside of Manchester, and he.
I'm going to shoot upstairs real quick, but I'm going to keep you guys going on the phone with the headphones.
Okay.
There was a guy that broke into
Go on mute, Steve. That's it.
There's a guy who broke into his house, and anyway, he confronted him, but he ended up chasing him off the property and up the road with a golf club.
Okay, now I can
and then
change
smacked
things.
him around the head and killed. I think it killed him, but he actually got done for that because it was because he was off of his property.
Yeah.
It was deemed as, even though he'd broken in, and it was quite. I think his wife had been attacked violently, but he got done for murder for that.
So there's another chap in the UK. He's seen them. Well,
Did these guys go to trial, or they settled?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. This another one. This year, he heard him breaking into his vehicle on the road, and he got. You see him on the CCTV. He gets up and he fucking runs after him. He gets into his car, chases after him, and he forces him off the road. Now he killed. Sorry. Yeah, he killed.
Hello, that was all higher.
Oh yeah, he kills the guy.
Yeah.
And he's doing about 7-8 years for it.
Jeez.
Yeah.
You can't match me, Grande. Can't match me.
I did that for you, bud.
What's going on, everybody? How's everyone doing?
We're doing good.
Right, good to see you.
Yeah, good seeing you all. I see my man with a Trump shirt on.
I bought this to troll people in London.
It works, doesn't it?
I bet it works real well.
Yeah.
People's brains explode in London. London is uber whoop wake.
You see a lot of Biden shit over there, though. Anybody supporting Biden?
No.
No, I don't. Nah, not really.
No one.
So
No one.
it's just Trump shirts to piss people
Yeah.
off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Trump shirt and a Trump hat as well. But I over sold my what's it called? This is 2020. I was optimistic. now this T-shirt is pretty much useless. But yeah, generally it's just every once in a while I go to like London Speakers Corner and stuff, and I wear this, and people just
You can use it to
collectively
dry
lose
your
their-
car.
Yeah.
My
much
sister
it.
got me a Trump Father Christmas jumper, which I thought was quite amusing, which I do wear for Christmas.
People in the UK have more Trump stuff than I do.
I got a Trump build the wall Lego cup. I got a Trump actual model upstairs. I get it now.
Do you know how much shit I get for just having this background in my bio? I get so much shit from people having that. They call me a white supremacist. Everything.
Yeah.
Just it's a British flag.
He's
It's the
Iranian.
British flag.
He's
And I'm
Iranian.
Iranian.
Yeah.
I'm an Iranian who has a British flag, and I get tons of crap for it. I was getting railroaded the other day by some girl, like, oh, look at him with his British Union flag on.
Oh my God,
I
I'm
live in
surprised.
Britain.
We had something similar happen here. We had I mean, I'm not comparing you to this guy, but we had a mass shooter in Texas, and he was, Hispanic background, and there were, 1,000 stories of the white supremacist who was, Hispanic, And
Yeah, I
it
thought-
just
I-
it
when I
just
heard his
reminded
name, I
me.
thought
It
that was
reminded
odd.
me of the Dave Chappelle sketch, the blind black white supremacist.
It's
No,
one.
the
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
did you see Elon Musk get pulled on that case in an interview recently? A reporter asks him a question about. He said, "Well, do you think you should get involved in stories like?" He said, "Well, I'll give you a case now." He said he mentioned the case you were on about, and he said some obscure Russian website with no followers, with no content at all apart from this that had just been developed. And like you said, it's just a fucking swizz. And he pulled the reporter out on it. In fact, he said the reporter said your tweets cost your company money. He said, "Well, money's not everything. I don't want everything. Money's not my overall thing. You know, you know what I mean?" So this,
Banksy, it's interesting as you say that, because do you remember it was probably only about a year and a half ago, the government were having to defend the fact that council town halls, and even when they, in their offices, when they're interviewed, there's the Union Jack in the background, and people were kicking off about it.
yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable. This is the UK. This
Dude,
is our flag.
Exactly.
What's
It's
the
like
problem?
I live in Britain. This is like pretty much the only place I should have this fucking flag. Where should I be hanging it? In Israel and in Iran? This is the place.
Well, the irony of it, to a degree, was that Rishi Sunak was the man defending it as well. Like,
Yes.
Yeah, a fucking Hindu.
They're all going,
We have a Hindu defending the British flag.
what the fuck?
A Hindu white
English people
supremacist.
want to pull it down. It's unbelievable. It's
You
utterly
mean
we've
an
gone
Indian?
into
There we go.
He was
mad
an
world.
Indian defending the flag.
Yeah.
Well,
we
yeah,
have an
he's our
Indian
prime minister.
that defends the British flag more than English white people do. English white people want to pull it down.
So there's I'm sure it's Penzance, but there's a council in Cornwall that bans the Union flag. It's not called the Union Jack. It's only called the Union Jack on Her Majesty's vessel. It's a Union flag, by the way. So anyway, she wanted them all down, and so she took all the flags down, right, in her town. And I wrote a review on their council page saying something like, it's ridiculous. How racist can you be banning the Union flag? Are you going to ban minis with the Union flag on the roof next? Is that what you're going to ban? Because let's be honest about it. That's what she's talking about,
It's
isn't
not
she?
even that. There are minis because BMW makes the minis now. They actually have the Union flag on the lights, on the rear lights.
On the black.
So they're banning the flag?
There are people who want to ban the flag.
Yeah, I'm sure it's Penzance.
Saying it's racist to show it. I mean, for fuck's sake.
It's unbelievable. It's utterly unbelievable. Actually, did you guys see the Eurovision advert where all the countries, all the contestants had the country's flag displayed, and then Germany's one was the pride flag?
I did see that.
It's like the Germans don't even freaking want their own flag anymore. Come on.
It's like the occupation flag, isn't it? It's literally like an occupation flag. It comes every year, and it occupies all public spaces and public buildings for like 3 to 4 months. Correct, Banksy?
Well, yeah, I mean there was lots of
talking
memes
about
about
the
that
Union
with the particular guy from the 1930s. No, the pride flag. The pride flag is literally like an occupation flag now. It just takes over everywhere.
All public buildings, every council public building in the UK. So you can think about employment, pensions, councils.
That's the
everything.
rainbow flag, McGrain.
Rainbow flag. Pride
Rainbow.
flag, the rainbow flag.
Occupation flag.
The LGBTQI, XXY, FBI, CIA flag.
Plus.
Plus. Sorry.
We
plus.
see them around here.
Look at the plus.
Mostly bumper stickers.
What's the
Don't
plus?
forget the plus.
I have no idea.
But you
To
probably
be
noticed-
determined.
Probably noticed in the UK with the TV, and I'm not being racist. I promise I am not being racist. But
Racist alert.
Every single no, seriously, every single TV advert now is a black woman with a white guy and mixed race children. It's
I said that 4 years ago, and I was vilified for being a racist. It's funny that, isn't it?
Literally
I
every
watched-
advert right now.
I
you're
had
right.
that
You know what I
conversation
find
with my
really
wife
surprising
the other day.
about it? When you watch those adverts, never ever, if we're in this utopia, multicultural society in the UK. right? How come you never ever see an Asian girl with a white
Yep.
guy with mixed race? It's always black people with a white
Yeah,
wife. or a
you
white
can't have that. That's race. That's race mixing.
Wait,
The Asian community would be up in arms about it. It's just
Let's take it a step further.
ridiculous.
What about a white guy and a black guy and a gay ad talking about that?
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. But you put a Muslim guy. You put a Muslim guy next to that white guy. Then fucking see what happens.
No, I agree. Even-
I don't know. Hey, can any Americans answer DAFTA here? I haven't heard of this, unless old Joe got confused and had to put it upside down. That would be highly suspect for the
No.
White House.
Yeah, I
Wasn't
don't think the White House-
was it John Fetterman's first day in office there?
Oh, guys, you're
Most
all
likely that.
Americans. I have to ask you.
Hello and good
What
night.
the hell is going on with electing John Fetterman? What the fuck?
That was
How
my
did that
problem
happen?
because I'm
That,
from
that tells you
Pennsylvania.
how bad the Republican candidate is.
Hello and good night.
The Republican was.
Good night.
Who was it? Was that doctor?
You know,
Dr.
I have
Mehmet
a
Oz.
Mehmet Oz, Dr. Oz.
He's
The
a dual
Republican-
Oh, Dr. Oz.
The Republican was like Thurston P. Howell III. That's what he came.
Republican, a dual citizen from what two countries, Aphid?
Yeah, but it looks like Letterman.
Turkey.
I don't remember where it is.
It looks like Letterman's mother was fucked by Bigfoot. He looks completely abnormal. He walks abnormal, right? He speaks abnormal.
You're talking about a Fetterman, yeah. Well, the stroke. Prior to the stroke, he was kind of a sharp guy. I thought
but-
so.
Yeah.
Well, he's never been a snappy dresser, as far as I can see. He's a fucking tracksuit bottoms and a fucking hoodie guy, isn't he?
Well,
That's it.
neither was
Weird.
Bill Belichick, and he won fucking 8 Super Bowls or
Yeah, but
something like that.
he literally walks like a Bigfoot. I've seen him walking.
I think it's Herman Monster. I mean, come on, let's
Are
be
you
honest.
telling
It's
me
Herman
you've
Monster.
seen Bigfoot walk?
It's Herman. We know it. It's just blatant
Why,
Herman Monster.
He must have some issue with touching things, because why wouldn't he wear a suit? There's nothing about having a stroke that means you somehow can't wear a suit and a tie.
Oh, prior to it, he was
Yeah,
hoodie
he never
and
did.
basketball shorts and.
Yeah, maybe he was just trying to look like one of the people, that kind of thing. You know how
I mean, he
you
looks-
see like presidential candidates suddenly start drinking beer during their election years. It's like you don't
Man,
drink beer. You know
Man,
that.
the Democrats were talking about him being the president. It's so fucking hilarious.
But
Yeah, you said the beer, Banksy. It was like when, like the Cambridge Police Department, went to arrest a Harvard professor for breaking into his own house in Cambridge, and then it ended up somehow Obama had a fucking beer with the chancellor of Harvard and the police officer, and it was the most bizarre. Yeah, look, Obama's having a beer. He's getting together with the people to settle this bizarre interaction. It was so contrived, man. I hate that shit.
yeah. I mean, they always do that. There you go, Mrs.
I think
Smoker.
That's my wife.
I think it has to do with your criticism of John Fetterman being goofy. I think she's backhand and saying that you're kind of goofy looking yourself based.
Oh,
Oh, there you go.
Well, we can
but
base have
Yeah.
whole videos on YouTube where you can see him walking.
Yeah, but I rarely come onto a panel, or for example, on the most important panel I've ever been on, and say, "Good evening," and "Good night."
I've seen that.
I
and
pay you for that.
It's not rough. It's not good. A good look for the guy when he did that. Yeah.
And he still won. He still won.
I'll be
Well,
honest
I
with
mean-
you, though. You know what I thought to myself when I saw John Fetterman win? God bless America.
Yeah, I know.
could
You
even make it over
crazed
there.
by it, weren't you? I remember you.
I might even have a chance at office in America. I am fucking moving. Where's my suitcase?
Do you remember what Joe Biden said when the African American reporter interviewer asked him if he had had a cognitive test? Biden said, that would be like me asking you if before I came on here, did you have a test for cocaine?
Wow. Oh my God.
I was like, no, that's actually what he said.
Wow.
I mean, I think I might have even downloaded.
Good old Joe. Good old Joe. You good old boy, isn't he? You know, just talks crazy shit.
I mean, every time he goes on camera, it's a cognitive test, and to me it looks like he fails every time.
Just wait a minute,
Yeah.
man. Give me a break, man.
Give me a yeah.
Well, what's this one he always says? You know what I mean? What's it? You know, what's it? What's he saying?
Come on, man.
Come on,
man.
Come on, man.
Oh, come on, give me a break.
Come here, you little 7-year-old girl.
Oh my
Let me
god.
smell your hair.
You guys see that these actually
And my hair and my legs, they stand on end, you know, and the kids know how my hairy legs stands on end,
Hey,
And they like to brush it one way, and then they like to brush it the other.
and it comes back up like my penis.
Yeah, and let's not forget Corn Pop, or whatever the kid's name was. That
He's a bully. He's a bully. He's the worst.
he confronted him at the diving board, and he was like. And then in his speech he said, listen, Sally, get out of the way. And then later on he had to apologize for misgendering Corn Pop as calling him Sally. It was like, that actually fucking happened.
And then his wife with the whole taco breakfast. Was it breakfast taco line? I was like, oh god.
For the Latinx community.
These are so out of touch, these people. No idea.
What's the difference between a Latino and a Latinx?
what is
Latino dignifies male or female, and Latinx, then it doesn't say it's male or female. It's not Latino or Latina, it's Latinx.
The
everyone that was
can be gendered.
Spanish is a gendered language.
Yes,
you know, you got
ridiculous.
Latina, Latino,
Right.
and you got lots of male and female words.
But-
and so they're trying to include, be more include. They want to literally change the Spanish language
Correct.
to be more inclusive.
Right.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you ask anyone from who would be traditionally called a Latino person, they'll say, "Fuck me, what Latino, what X, what? Fuck off." They all give it the old. They're not interested in all that bollocks.
Does anybody
give two craps about that?
Has anyone here ever had an empanada? An empanada?
Hell yeah. I have them all the time, dude.
Well, now it's going to be called an empanadex. Empanadex, because empanada is not right, buddy. You can't use the A because that means it's a girly snack. So
So a quesadilla is now a quesadix.
correct.
See how this
Burrito, burritex. You know,
Yeah.
now you're with me. Taco,
Steve-
takex. Yeah,
Steve, see the word cocktail everyone gets into if you abide by their bullshit. It's like a fucking, it's a snake bite, isn't it? It's a snake bite with a couple of fucking sort of high explosive materials in there. Could go off any time. You just fucked up all the time. You just got to keep on going and going and going. So you just talk
I'll
shit.
tell you what's good news, though, is as you noted that this finally backfired. This attempt at identity politics, because the people that it's designed to appeal to don't like it at all.
No.
Nor do they hold power.
The thing is,
So
you can tell it's
corporate
forced.
hijack is what it is.
that bit of pandering backfired finally for a change.
It's a corporate hijack. And in all fairness about what you were talking about with what's going on with the media today and how they incorporate, interracial relationships as well as intersexual relationships and everything, which is fine and dandy, whatever. Like I said before, I don't care. But when they try and actually categorize it, and it's like they're trying to blueprint people.
Well, look around at it. We all know you're the Democrat here.
Yeah.
how do you feel how your party's been going the last decade? Is it getting worse? You're not believing?
Well, on a local level, I'm pretty. I feel pretty helpless. It's like on a local level, I don't even want to vote anymore because my vote means nothing. My district is all heavy Republican, and
I'm not talking about voting. I'm just talking about the party.
But as far as what I'm disappointed with, as far as the Democrat is, I'm an old. I've said this before. I'm like a Dixiecrat. We don't get involved in people's sexual orientation or any of that. We just want to make sure that government works for the people, as versus us working for the government. In other words, my belief
ever
is,
worked for the people, though?
Well, my belief is the government. I don't know if it ever worked, but my personal belief is the government should work for me. Okay, and I shouldn't be working for them. So they're there. I'm paying taxes, so they provide services to me, and that's what I'm after. But I'm not after giving special attention towards various minority groups. Okay, I think we're all in the same battle together. I'm actually against
reparations.
No, I'm against that for sure. Last Dance, what is it? Where you give the advantage to the minority to go to the college?
Affirmative action.
I'm against affirmative action. I believe that there should be no racial
equity
recognition on any application or anything. If somebody wants to go to school, whatever, there should be no race question at all.
I agree with that 100%.
Okay. I think it's equal standing, like civil service exam.
Grades.
Civil service exam. You take the test, you pass the test, you get the job.
But the thing is, here, civil service gets affirmative action.
I know. That's what I'm saying. And believe me, dude. In the last
but you don't sound like a Democrat now, my
Well, I
granddad.
am a Democrat, but here's the thing.
Well,
they
they want all this.
He's more of a traditional. He's a traditional liberal Democrat.
Yeah,
it's old school.
I've been riding my bike around a lot, and I see a lot of city guys. City guys. I see them sitting in their trucks, sitting there in the air conditioning, looking at their phones, and sometimes I rest, and I'll see these guys for half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour, sitting in their trucks.
Film them, dude.
I'm not going to do that.
Come on, you used to. No. You put it on Live Leak.
Not anymore.
Come on.
Well, from your balcony, you can film them.
Gone, dude.
Yeah.
I don't have a medium anymore.
Buzzard.
My point is that I see the degradation going on. Okay, and a lot of it is, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but these guys don't want to do their jobs, and it happens to be minorities, and they're not Latinos.
Okay, my granddad, but your views you expressed in the last 5 minutes, like you don't believe in the transgender business that's going on.
It's nonsense.
What was it? There was three points you made then that you basically go against what
affirmative action. He's not for.
Yeah. So all these points that the Democrat Party are now for, you're against. If you express those points at a Democrat meeting, or with Democrat friends, for example, you would be labelled in very short time a fucking racist and a Nazi, for sure. Just on what you just said to me. I'm not saying they should say that at all, mate. Far from it, but that's how I believe they would sort of categorize you then.
Well, luckily he doesn't have any friends, and the only meetings he has is down at the beer store to grab another 6-pack. So he's fucking good to go.
So I'm somewhat immune, and that's a great advantage.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
I have the liberty to be truthful and unbiased, and be a fair person. And I think.
But what happens? Like, how would you? It's hard to say this. Like you just said, you're surrounded by Republicans and all that. But what happens if where you live turned into a Philadelphia, New York City, or everything
blue state turned into a shitty blue state?
But let me just say this, my friend. I am living in a state that has completely been taken over by the Republican Party. In other words, the House, the Senate, and the executive are all controlled by
It's looking
Ron
good
DeSantis.
it's looking good in Florida, isn't it?
And it's a rubber stamp. It's a rubber stamp in their legislative process. So we're seeing all kinds of bizarre, and the lackeys too, the ass kissers.
Like traditional family values, those bizarre values.
DeSantis' ass. I'm talking about the Republican Party and their grassroots movement. And in fact, that's the biggest place that the Democrats have made mistakes in the last 10 years. Is the Republicans have focused on local elections. Okay, they know they couldn't make it on the federal level. Well, they have reasonably, but not really. So
What
now
about
what we're looking at? I'm answering this question. You can't hear me. So now what we're looking at. Okay, bye bye.
No, you're good.
I was responding to his question though. My point is that I'm living in a state.
McGrandy, you sound like a Republican to me.
He doesn't sound like a Republican. I think his views and what he's expressed sounds like a majority of what Democrats sound like. I think your perception of what Democrats are like the extreme left. I mean, I don't know any Democrats that think that some chick should or some dude should, swim with some chicks and win.
How about all?
Well, wait there. You ask any Democrat politician, they will not give you a straight answer to that question, and you vote for them. So if you vote for that Democrat that won't give a straight answer to a straight question, then what more can I say?
My question is to you. Welcome to the Republican Party, because they can't give a straight answer either, buddy.
Yeah, not on the gender question, no, eh? Not on the gender question.
Well,
last dance.
That's not the litmus test for what's right and wrong, though.
Yeah, but it's a simple one to get a straight answer, isn't it?
Hey, Mr. Kelsey won.
My opinion is mine, but it does not define myself as a political animal. My position as a political animal is I don't give a shit what people do.
Yeah, but you don't agree with
far right Grandy.
You don't agree with the core values of the Democrat Party under a lot of points.
Yeah, I don't think those.
You will religiously vote for the Democrats, even though there's core beliefs that you totally disagree with.
Well, I hate to tell you.
I think a core belief would be like abortion rights.
Once.
Or taxing the rich.
Or like sterilizing children.
Fuck. Who's doing their sterilization, dude?
California? Even Texas?
My friend, you're talking about an invasive
New York
governmental policy. Look at the state of Florida. Okay. Women no longer have the ability to control their own bodies. That's pretty scary.
I don't know what the exact rules are in
being pulled off shelves.
But there's many ways of birth control.
We're talking about Anne Frank. Isn't Frank's being pulled off shelves?
Okay. I mean that's just as bad as when the liberals ban books from Amazon. But one thing I will say: are you saying that abortion is no longer available in Florida?
Yeah, it's greatly diminished. It's like within 9 weeks or something like that. 9 weeks.
Okay, 9 weeks, but
yeah,
so
and you
it's
know
still
what?
legal.
Banksy, I got to tell you.
Oh, it's not 9 weeks; it's 6 weeks.
Okay.
Banksy, and most of them don't even realize they're even pregnant at that point.
Banksy,
not until the first 4 weeks.
I'm not pro-abortion at all, but I am pro-choice.
I'll take pregnancy tests. I would suggest might be a good thing.
I would plead with the woman to have the baby, but the flip side is, and this is the irony with these hardcore anti-abortionists is we can make it very simple. If you don't want a girl to have an abortion, then you take care of her during her pregnancy and allow her to go to full term and have that baby adopted.
They don't want to go full term. They don't want to go full term. Why would you want to go full term?
I'm in a state right now that doesn't want to take care of children.
Last dance.
Yeah, but you're just saying then to pay the woman that's pregnant to go full term to then give the baby away. Is that what you were suggesting?
I'm saying if you're an anti-abortionist, okay, then
yeah, but that woman,
you should be anti-death penalty, and number 2, you should pay for that woman.
Yeah, but that woman won't want to keep that baby. Why would a woman want to keep a baby and carry a baby for 9 months to then just give it away? That's traumatic in itself.
Well, oh my God.
It is, of course. I mean, it's the levels of trauma that we have to acknowledge.
You just don't get pregnant.
Is that I mean, I am actually pro-choice. I'll be 100% clear with that, because I see it as it should be a choice. It should not be a readily available choice. It should be a difficult choice. We make difficult decisions in our lives all the time. It shouldn't be just like used, because this is the other problem, and I can see the pro-life argument. They see it as a form of contraception. You know, they don't see it as something that is the last resort. But nevertheless, the choice should be available, but I'm surprised that they brought it down, because Florida used to be 15 weeks. And I actually...
They've reduced it.
Yeah, because I know that at 10 weeks, we can detect brain activity, and so I always thought it's best to do it prior to brain activity, because then, you know, you've got
9 weeks,
spinal columns, you've got, nervous system, you basically have something that can fully feel and comprehend to some extent pain. And
that's somewhat of an assumption.
No,
I mean, if you have a nervous system, if you have brain activity, that's a pretty much, you know, it's fairly solid. Obvious that thing's going to feel pain when you rip it apart.
Cup of tea.
Cup's gone.
I don't remember what the inside of my mom's vag looked like.
No. I'm not saying you're going to remember it, but what I will say is that the living being will feel the pain of being ripped apart. Whilst prior to that, there's a good chance there'll be no pain. So
if you can't remember anything in your early life, can you just dispose of that baby because you can't remember it?
Yeah, I mean, like, you can't remember. Can you remember 1 year old?
No.
Can you remember 6 months old?
Well, this is the point, though. Like, I think you have to pick a hard line. For you guys, it was, what did you say? 8 weeks, 9 weeks, somewhere.
9 weeks, or certainly before 10 weeks, because 10 week is when they detect brain activity.
Now, Supreme Court Justice, the leader of it, John Roberts, who's the head guy in charge,
Chief Justice,
thought that 15 weeks seemed like a reasonable compromise. And he also said that he thought that the revoking of it completely would have been too much of a shock to the country, too much of a jarring move. And I tended to like his opinion on that.
I think it should go to state level. The states can work it out for themselves. And if you're in a state like Florida that preserves life and cherishes life, then
there's a problem with that. If 55 or 60% of the people in your state don't agree, yet they're a part of the vote that doesn't really, I guess, interact or vote.
Someone's got to lose, mate. Someone's got to lose, Stephen.
Of course.
Penalty too.
The death penalty is great. No problem with that.
Just saying, pro-life.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is pro-life, because when it comes to the death penalty, what type of crimes? I mean, in America, I mean, this isn't like Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, in 2021, they executed 100 people. In Saudi Arabia, you literally get beheaded like at a drop of a hat. This is America. The United States, it takes years.
We can't put innocent life. We can't put pro-innocent life. We just pro-life.
We have the highest rate of incarceration of any other country in the world.
Incarceration, but not death. They're not being put to death.
But it's higher. It's higher than China and stuff. It's higher than It was higher than the 196 countries in the world.
We can argue
it would be higher than China, because in China they'll just fucking kill you. So
they don't and political prisoners. But the thing is, in places like Singapore, China, Saudi Arabia, they execute you very easily. If you're caught, I think I forgot, it was like a 200-300 grams of like cocaine, you'd be considered charged as a not just as a person who possesses drugs, but a drug trafficker. And if you're charged as a drug trafficker in Singapore, you're executed.
Capital, right?
It's just capital punishment,
right?
Can I just add to that, though? When you think of the repercussions of people getting addicted to drugs and stuff, how much drug crime is there in those countries? I bet it's pretty minimal. Because if you break the law, you're gonna fucking die, and there's the end of the drugs problem.
No, I agree with you, Lee. Those harsh punishments have led to Singapore, Indonesia, Dubai to become some of the safest places. You can literally, a guy left his laptop for about 5 to 6 hours in a coffee shop. He just did
Singapore,
it as a YouTube video, and he just walked away. And he came back, and the laptop was completely untouched.
I want to sustain your argument because as historians, you guys remember what happened with China, that the opium addiction that occurred primarily due to the British Empire and China.
Hong Kong.
And
big up,
and then when the communists took over, they put a death penalty, and it from the statistics were horrendous as far as opium addiction in China.
Yeah.
And then they put a death penalty on it, and like within 10, 20 years, it was done.
They're all dead. Big up the British Empire. Big up the British Empire. Even the shit bits they did. Even that. Even the opium. Even the opium shit show. Even the opium shit show that was. Big up the British Empire.
Well, that was the British Empire.
Yeah, but
big them up.
In the USA, as well as in the UK and any other country, if you put a death sentence on anybody bringing drugs, cocaine into the country, well, it would stop it overnight. The reason they don't is because there are cartels that are helping fund politicians' campaigns. They're all in on it, and that's why it's never stopped.
Well, we have something in the United States very close. It's called RICO.
Oh yeah, you want to avoid that.
So
RICO.
30 years is just as much as a death penalty, believe me.
Yeah, we have a big problem here with fentanyl as well.
Yeah.
Why can't they stop that from getting in? What the hell is going on here?
China, man. The cartels.
Yeah, but what is so inherent about them being able to stop it? Why can't they?
Because
they don't want to stop it.
That the amount they actually require to get
money.
Minimal.
It is. It's all about the money. I keep saying to these boys every time, you've got to follow the money. If you follow the money, you'll get to the truth. Every time.
So the Chinese are bringing it over, and they're offloading it off the coast of Mexico, right near the U.S. border. And since you need a little bit to get high, the amounts that they need for the profit, it diminishes. It's not like cocaine, you know what I mean?
No, I understand that.
You're not bringing in kilos, so you're bringing in grams.
Thing is, they've got permanent tunnels. They've got permanent tunnels that they use.
Yeah, but a kilo would be like, I don't know, like 1 million or half a million. It's like so many hits. It's insane. Yeah. So if they can get that, theoretically, kilo, as in the old days, it would have been 100. Now they only need to get 1 or 3 kilos in, and they could make so many cuts out of that. A little vitamin B12, a little heroin, and a little fentanyl, and boom.
I don't know what they do with that stuff.
That's what they do.
A bit of B12 complex.
That's what they do. That's what they cut it with, man.
Is that what they cut it with? Is it B12?
A lot of the time, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like everything. Always follow the money. Whatever it is, follow the money, and you'll get there.
100%.
But the Nord Stream pipeline, when you follow the money, it was obvious.
Oh, crazy! I think we did it. I think we're the only ones that had the technology to.
I don't think you said that 6 months ago, though.
Seriously? Oh yeah, no, they definitely. Of course, it was the Americans and the Brits.
Yeah, we're the only ones that had the technology to take.
Correct, my granddad.
No doubt. Everybody. And the thing is, I don't know. Maybe this is where sometimes I realize I'm stuck in maybe a bubble, and I try to break out and look at other medias and break out a little bit more, because I honestly thought because of my lens and my bubble that everybody knew it was the Americans and the British that did this. It was like no doubt in my mind that this was what it was. But when I saw mainstream media, they're like making out as if they don't know. Oh, this is such a mystery. What could have possibly... Are you joking me?
Man, they said, the BBC Sky and all that, they said, right, let's speak to our defence correspondent, Ethan Jones, and what's your conclusion? And they're going, well, we're not too sure, but it sounds like it could be the Russians. And they're going, oh, right. And they go, some softball questions. And I say, and you sit back thinking, didn't you think, well, why did they blow up their own pipeline when they've got the tap And they never thought of asking the simple questions. Like, okay, what we're going to do, we're going to go hundreds of miles from our Russian coastline. We're then going to go into German waters. Where they're going to fucking dive 100 meters. And then we're going to fucking set these fucking explosives to go off like in 2-3 months' time. And then we're going to do that. That's all we're going to do. Just like, fuck off.
Do we know that it was exploded? Or we know it was cut off, right?
We know it was exploded. It gave off fucking readings.
Yeah, no, there was that massive.
So.
And if you follow the money, if you follow the money, all that supply is now being handled by the US.
So, of course, because the LNG, we're exporters.
Yeah,
we're
liquid
big
petroleum
exporters.
Yeah.
So what you need to do if you're going to follow the money is see if there's an increase in suddenly a bunch of LNG tankers coming into Antwerp.
Well, I'll tell you one thing: they're paying 5 times the amount they were getting from the Russians. So no one's doing good out of it. The only people who are doing good out of it are the Americans, and everyone knows. Even the German governments, the Swedish governments, they all know it's the fucking Americans.
Yeah.
Because it was a direct, Russian to Germany pipeline, pretty much.
It was the Ukraine situation that prompted it, I'm sure.
Of course, yeah. That's what.
Well, Biden kept his word, didn't he? Biden kept his word.
Yeah, he said it. He said he was going to do it. He literally said he was going to blow it up.
Good.
He actually said it. This is what I mean. It's like they're saying the quiet part out loud now.
So Sleepy Joe is not so sleepy.
Well, no, I'd suggest he's sleepy for saying it. But mainstream media ain't gonna hardball him for it. They didn't even hardball him for it at the time. I mean, can you imagine Can you imagine Trump saying that, or can you imagine Trump Jr. being Hunter and getting away with what he's got away with? It just wouldn't happen.
Oh my God.
Well, I mean, are you guys familiar with what Daft is talking about? The Large Hadron Collider found the Higgs boson particle in 2012.
Where's that comment?
Where's
in Belgium. I think it's in Belgium.
Is it in Belgium, the Hadron Collider?
No, I thought it was like
in CERN.
That's they're looking for the God particle.
It's in a mountain
Higgs
range,
boson particle. He mentions it right there in the comments. But it's funny, he talks about this, we're all in another dimension now because of it.
Oh, really?
Which is funny, because in some ways it seems like that, with the amount of division and the amount of ridiculousness going on in the world, that it's a funny point, it's comical, but yeah.
That's all I know. The world
it
is...
could be called the Trump... It should have another name in it. It should be the Trump Higgs boson particle.
but to put it into
this is in Switzerland.
That was recently discovered. It was theoretically, they built that whole thing based on a theory, and then they finally found it.
It's incredible. It travels around this huge tube at an incredible speed and smashes protons and electrons against each other. And then records the results.
You know what the cool thing is, Steve? It illustrates that it's actually passing through all matter right now. You, me, Earth, trees.
It's so cool. I love it.
It is. It's pretty awesome.
I used to feel like I could see them. When I was a little kid, you could unfocus your eyes and you'd feel like you could see the atoms floating around in the atmosphere.
I like the old description, the God particle. That's what they were looking for.
the Higgs boson. I mean, they were basically saying, all other particles come from this particle. That's what they called it. God particle.
We're all done for, boys. Miss Knows It All has called it.
Well, I'm glad someone knows it.
Miss Knows It All. One more time. We are done.
It'll be the end of most of humanity.
Most of humanity.
Well, yeah, the rich will survive in their silos and their underground.
Could be the rich, could be the Jews. Last Dance, you might be all set.
Oh. Yeah, so far I've never received any benefits from...
Right, it hasn't paid off yet.
It hasn't paid off yet, not a penny.
Through the entirety of human history, there's been issues, so...
Well, that's what
I hear you.
That's what I was about to say.
Wait, if the Jews survive,
when you think about
Who the
it,
hell's going to be the scapegoat?
if you
That's
look,
what I want.
if you look at history,
The Orthodox Jews will blame that.
There you go.
when you look at history, it is frightening that you do. Sometimes you feel like the world's imploding with everything that's going on, and yet then you think, well, you know what? History's proved that every civilization sort of dies out. You know, even
Absolutely.
humans, many civilizations have died, and then we come back. Or whatever. And are we just a generation where we might even see that in our lifetime? You know, whether it ends up in a massive war or whatever. And the whole civil, and then imagine in like 500 years' time, people will be looking back, going, "Oh, we found all these old ruins and stuff." You know, and this is how they used to live. And this.
What happened to the Americans? They just disappeared.
Exactly.
Why did they?
Wait, do you guys like us closer or further away? Like this?
Closer. Yeah, that's good.
Or like this?
No, I like it the other way because they're bigger pictures.
Yeah.
But my face looks wider and more fat.
That's okay.
Like now.
We'll have to
It's huge.
go with the other one.
That looks like we're in another dimension. So you know.
All right, that's fine. We'll go bigger.
Get some Instagram filters on there.
As the girls say, go bigger.
Go big or go
Oh
home.
Jesus, not that one.
Now it's really big.
Yeah, it's fucking giant. Let's try this one at the end. Oh, what's that? It's funky.
But
Go back to this.
But I mean, I saw this video which I uploaded. And I'm kind of looking for it now, some time back, which is about the decline of basically Western civilization. as we know
Banksy,
it.
are you actually wearing that hat, or is that part of the computer thing? Okay,
Nope.
you have the hat on.
These
And
are-
the shades are part of it.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
All right,
You know-
but the background is fake.
You know what?
Yeah. The background is fake. Everything here is real, and then all of that.
All right, I got you.
But Banksy, have you seen there's a new documentary that's just been released proving that the human population is actually decreasing?
Sorry, what of human?
Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah,
Population.
is actually decreasing. And
That's correct.
this is proper factual stuff. It's like, don't worry about
Yeah.
overpopulation. It's actually decreasing. And like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
projected figures for like the next 100 years is that
Yeah.
it's like it's going to come right now. Right
Yeah.
now.
Can we explain why, Lee? Can we explain why? It's to do with birth rates.
Fertility, yeah, the birth rates. We're not.
So we're not going to see it for decades because we live longer. But the reality is that we need to produce 2.1 to sustain where we're at, and most westernized countries are under that. I think two-thirds are under that. I mean, the UK is 1.7, 1.6, and most European countries are roughly the same. So the demographics are going to change, and the white people are going to disappear.
No.
Well,
Yeah.
yes.
The Chinese are
There's
experiencing
going to be more old people
direct
than there
result
are
of
younger. So
the
it's like, how are they going to be
one-child
supported?
policy, and we're experiencing.
So
that
we're
in
on
the
a
United
population
States as well.
decline.
Yeah, in
Yeah,
fact,
we
in
are.
the Western industrialized world, that's the case. So
No, but overall, it's not in westernized. Overall, I've just made an example that the majority of
China
countries.
as well, but except for India, which you mentioned.
I'm giving you an overall thing, like Lee said. Overall, we are decreasing the world population.
Right, which bodes well for my argument of the need for immigration.
You stupid! You listening to what we just said? You fucking retarded!
I mean, technically, that is a case for keeping the population of a certain country at a certain size. If you want to, if the birth rates are dropping, then immigration has to come in to recover.
And diversifying the gene pool as well. So
We've
what he
already got
describes
plenty of
as the
it,
destruction of
migration.
the white man.
I haven't got to
actually
explain
may
about it.
actually
I'm not going to
Yeah.
explain
the
this. I'm
species.
just going to
I
leave
do
it.
my part. I spread my DNA as much as possible.
Yep.
Yeah, but
Thank God.
But, aphid, Kleenex doesn't count.
Welshman, did you see today? Or I don't know if you saw on the news. I don't think it was really publicised, but another 800 people across the channel today. 800 people in a day.
Was it 800 today?
Yeah, 800.
Yeah. So that's huge numbers for this time of year, really. It's just going to get
The weather's so
big.
good because the weather's good and it's calm water.
Yeah, it's all to do with not the weather. It's to do with the sea conditions.
Yeah.
So it can be windy, it can be raining, it can be snowing. As long as the sea's flat, it's all we need.
Do you know what though? Do you know what will wind you up, Welshman? Because it certainly wound me up. It wasn't the fact there was just 800 people. They were also helped. They were escorted to come over.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they always are. They always go out to halfway and actually greet them.
By
and then
the RNLA as well.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And I see those guys with their buckets collecting money, and I just see people putting money in, and I just want to go up to them and go, "Do you know what you're actually funding?
Yeah.
It's a taxi service for illegal immigrants with no records of where they've come from, who they are."
It's legalized people smuggling. People have got to understand the RNLI are a charitable organisation. They're supposed to be for seafarers in difficulty, not for people, right, that are trying their luck, trying to get into a country, right? They're not for that. The people for that are called UK Border Force, or as we like to call UK Border Farce. They're a fucking joke. The whole system's a joke.
We used to call them the Minutemen down there. They tried to stop those Mexicans from coming on into the United States.
Or Cubans,
what makes
in
me
your
laugh,
case.
right? What makes
Those
me laugh
vigilantes.
in this country, right? About 3-4 months. It was about 3 months ago. It was probably shorter than that. The Prime Minister is meeting Macron in Paris.
Yeah.
And they're gonna go, yeah, we're gonna get this sorted out, and it's all in the papers.
Smoke and mirrors.
To satisfy the English public, and then today you find out 800 people come out, and we're paying more to the French government to stop this from happening, and nothing seems to be happening. It's just like
Lee, when I filmed that in 2019, 2020, I was called a massive racist and labelled, all that. In reality now, everyone's filming it. It's completely mainstream. Well, you can't film it now. They've cordoned the whole area off, so you can't actually physically film. But like lots of people film them in hotels now. It's like mainstream filming these scenarios now.
Well, I'm gonna grab a quick Mai Tai. I'm gonna grab a Mai Tai.
Get me one, Steve.
Awesome.
So you guys keep going.
Don't forget to mute.
All right.
All Banksy and Welshman. I don't know if you've seen this today.
I was ready for it.
There was a story
Like we're in
about
heaven.
Did you see the story about the guys that live in apartments in Liverpool today? They've all been offered 500. Well, no, they haven't got a choice, right? They're being asked to move out of their apartments. They're all rented. They're all being paid £500 each, right, to move out so they can put immigrants into this.
Yeah. This is happening all over the country. This is Lee. Right, this is people.
Where the hell are they going to go with 500 quid?
Right, okay, let me break it down. Sorry, it's British citizens in social housing, and what's happening is they're getting 5 to 10 years contracts, right, to house illegal migrants. They get all bills, everything paid for. They get their premises refurbished every couple of years. They get it refurbished at the end of the contract. It's completely and utterly in the landlord's best interest to fill it up with non-British people.
Damn.
Unbelievable.
And it's up and down the country. But that example in Liverpool is up and down the country. It's crazy.
Yeah, and then you've got the indigenous population who are going about the cost of living. Gas bills are high, electricity bills are high, and these guys just come in. They get everything. They don't care how long they leave their heating on for, the electricity, because it's all paid for.
Yeah, so I've seen meters. I've seen people do meters, and what they've done, they've gone to like the flat, and the meters are wherever they are in a communal area.
Yeah,
and on the screen it says free for that flat. For the flat that they're staying in, and people have saying, I've got to pay for my electric, but these people don't.
Yeah,
and it's like, what? They're not even paying for their electric. And they get, like, as I know, they get obviously a hotel or an apartment, but either way they get £38 a week, three meals a day, mobile phones, and everything you can ask for. They get mobile dentists. Who gets mobile fucking dentists? That's what I want to know.
I've even read stories, I can't say they're true, they even get their taxi bills paid for. So
looks like you guys are setting yourself up for success in the next 20 years.
So what they get,
generation of diverse people, well-educated.
What they get, what they get, Lee, is they turn around and they go to the laundrette, and to take them to the laundrette, they hire a minibus.
Yeah.
And I've seen this, and then you get 3 of them, but like they're just 3, go into a minibus,
of them.
and they're getting,
Who
and
are
they're
they?
just going to the laundrette. It's all on our money. It's all our money.
Three of them. Who are they?
Illegals.
The illegal immigrants.
Wait, they're not illegals because they're getting subsidized housing. So
Well, they
Well, no,
arrived illegally.
They came
They
in
arrived
illegally.
illegally.
They're waiting until their cases are reviewed.
But Grandy,
okay.
but Grandy, what happens when they're on their way over the English Channel? Yeah, they're halfway across or whatever. They are told to throw all their identification into the water, because then there is no way of tracing who they are, where they come from, whether they've got a criminal record or whatever. And
Same in America, Lee. They do the same.
Right.
They do the same.
Yeah, they do the same in the US.
With their
It's
IDs.
everywhere. It's not just here. I mean, it's the thing that you should do. If you want to claim asylum, you have no documentation. You're literally undocumented, and then you enter seeking asylum, and then you make up whatever story you want because you are undocumented. They can barely actually prove.
Was it the famous story of the boy that was 21 years old who said he was 14?
Yeah. There's in Sweden, there's like 20-odd-year-old men in like 14, 15-year-old classes in school.
Banksy, there was
the guy had a beard thicker than mine, sitting in in a high school.
Banksy, 3 months ago, there was a case in the UK where this Afghan had already killed 2 people in Serbia. He'd already had Class A arrests in Italy, and he ended up in the UK, and he murdered a chap in the UK. He was also classing himself, I believe, he was a 15-year-old, and he was 23. So he was a murderer times 3 in the end. He was a murderer times 2 when he arrived in the UK.
Jesus Christ.
And he arrived under different names, obviously, and all that nonsense, all that jazz.
Yeah, no, I mean, some of the cases are just unbelievably ridiculous. And unfortunately, it is what it is. I mean, by the way, most of these people come from my part of the world. And I'm one of the guys standing going, please, don't let them in. But
Iranians are traditionally the highest in nation to come to the UK.
Because they're all starving over there. I'm not joking. Do you know clean water is now hard for my relatives? Tell me, they can't find clean drinking water right now. The water companies are literally gouging people for water. I'm not joking. It is horrific right now living over there.
Well, that's the problem
really
is
bad.
you guys privatize your utilities, man.
I think I don't know.
How can you make it
earlier? You were talking about British Telecom. I remember when the first public
what about Iran
out on British Telecom.
What about Iran?
About Iran, but
and that's the problem. You guys are
what about Iran? We're not on about Iran.
Yeah, Grande, I was talking about Iran's water system right now. They've got major problems. But unfortunately, Iran is under severe sanctions. So yeah, everything is on the.
But why don't the Arab countries take in Arab refugees? It would just make sense to me. I don't know. Can you explain that one?
Yeah, there's tons of Afghans and everything in Iran.
Yeah, Afghans. I mean, Afghans in Iran as well as the move. Trying to get.
Well, yeah, it's a neighboring country, but do they? What I want to know is that all these Arab countries in between Iran and the UK, and why don't they take these refugees from these Arabic? Why don't Arabic countries take Arabic refugees?
Because those refugees are on the road to the good life. They're not.
Yeah,
stopping.
but it's not just that.
The
Arab nations, the Saudis,
they're not. Well,
they're not going to let them in.
Saudi Arabia.
What was that, Banksy?
They're not going to let them in.
Why don't Arab countries allow Arab refugees to claim refuge?
Welshman and Banksy, you must know that when you look at the statistics, right, of who's coming over, a lot. It's not so much the war-torn countries, say like your Syria, your Afghanistan. It's a lot of North
Libya,
African,
Morocco,
between
Jordan,
20 and 30 years old, and that's the weird thing because Sky News, BBC News have been exposed that the cameras are hunting out boats where there might be a woman with a baby going, oh, it's families running, and yet there are 7 other boats landed on the beach with all young
Lee, Lee, let me jump in here, Lee. Sorry, mate. In 2019, 2020, when I was in Dover and I was filming them arriving, right, I would see mainstream media, and there was a couple of good spots where we could film, or a couple of spots, 3 in publicly available areas. That's now been restricted. But at that time, we would be there doing a live stream for 3 hours. We would see boat after boat.
Yeah.
And we would see mainstream media sat in their cars, having their coffees and all that, and they're watching our live streams. Okay?
Yeah.
Mm.
Right? So we got like paparazzi watching our live streams. And then when they sense that, one, we know, because we got good contacts around there, well, a couple of people have, and we get to find out that. And they then come out their cars with 10 minutes notice, knowing there's a dinghy coming in, because they get the same radio traffic as a lot of stuff we get a year, and they know there's women and children coming in, and they literally come out, they take their right, and they fuck off. They can't. They're out of there.
Exactly.
They've done their job.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're still filming another fucking. See, I mean, remember, if you get 40 in a dinghy and there's 10 of them, that's 400. Okay, so when you get 800 in a day, you can work out how many are coming in. Yeah. So we're filming 15 big fucking dinghies coming in. They're filming the one with fucking women and kids. That's it. And they're not all women and kids. It's like you get a parent and a child, and maybe times 2 out of a boat of 40. That's it. They got their photos. That's on the papers tomorrow. And I see it. I'll look at the papers, and I'm saying he was stood 3 foot to my right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is,
here's a question for you. I know, like all our American cousins there, you'll know the name, I'm sure. How genuine do you think, or is he part of the system? Genuine question. Nigel Farage.
Oh, he's part of the system. He's definitely in with it.
Yeah. 100%.
The thing is, there's a consented level of what we call controlled opposition. And there are several. GB News is been exposed as control opposition. They put them out there to make it look like or get the label.
But they're still good. They're still good, Banksy.
Yeah, we've got a good media system. These guys are the good guys. They're fighting back. They're fighting our corner. But really
okay, so then let me, because I don't know. So it's really interesting to know your views. But when you look at what they expose, which is a lot of what we've just been talking about, they're out there saying things that I've just been saying, that it's terrible that these people keep coming over, and the mainstream media are looking for babies and women when the majority of them are young men. So they're kind of on our side, but you say I think are they really on our side?
But Lee, I would prefer. Look, I don't like Nigel Farage. I've met him. He's ignored people who have done extremely good work down the south coast and taken the plaudits, like the graveyard, the dinghy graveyard, which was found by a good friend of mine, and we hunted it out a week later, and then after we exposed it, he then exposed it 24 hours later on a newspaper, and he claimed it all, which was not about claiming anything, but it's just the way he operates. And then he ignored the person that exposed it and actually found it. He ignored him when he met him. He just totally ignored him. He didn't meet him directly, but he just blanked him. But that's just Farage is what he is. He's a shill. But GB News is still good, even though it's shillish and it's still Ofcom. They're still good, I believe.
What do you guys think about the new Sports Illustrated model? Real quick question.
She's super hot.
Man, yeah, she is.
Well, she looks like a woman, doesn't she?
She's a man.
That's about where it stops.
She's a man, right? Is that what it is? I haven't even seen it. I'm just blindly guessing.
I have a question.
It's Martha Stewart. I don't know if you guys know who Martha Stewart is.
No, there's another one. There's another one, buddy.
So, Steve, do you think that's a psychological thing that they're putting in, right, to mainstream like heterosexual males, right, to say to them, look, he looks like a female or whatever.
What do you think? What does it look like?
That looks like a male to me, but it looks like an ugly woman or all male.
Is that going to be a cover of the swimsuit thing?
That's not the cover. No.
Put the cover up.
Put the cover up.
Yeah, put the cover up, because I think this is a ploy from them to to say, like that's actually a woman,
I
you know what I
think
mean? It's
that's
just-
I think that's the cover because it has the logo on it. Let's just go ahead and present that. And
Is that an effort for men to fall in love with?
I don't know if it came out. Did it come out yet?
is that the cover? It has the logo on it.
Yes, yeah, that's the
That
one I
looks
was going
like
to
it.
share as well.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, that's the one. That's
No
the one.
Yeah, so that looks like a-
armpits.
Okay, big arms,
Like a
but
woman.
But the
Yeah.
thing is, this has been
No,
heavily
those aren't big
photoshopped.
arms. Like it looks like a woman, but it's
yeah,
not.
agreed.
This is heavily photoshopped.
That's not a
I
woman?
guarantee you she doesn't look like
No,
that in the real
it's
world.
not.
No, that's not a woman.
And then that's the cover for real?
Yeah. So
That woman is the woman you saw in the previous. The quote woman you saw in the previous.
Same.
But that's the
It's
that's the same woman.
It's the same
Oh man.
it's what
Oh,
they
right.
say in the movie Dundee. Make sure to check out the hookers in Medellin.
Yeah, no, Crocodile Dundee. Get a hand.
No,
This is a picture that, first of all, she has tons of makeup, but the picture was probably doctored digitally too. So
Yeah,
That's
but
what
Harry Potter
everyone here would say she looks like that looks like a woman, but we know it's not. Do you think they do this now to try and
there is
try
no
to
they.
influence?
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
take Martha Stewart
Hey.
any day over that
Me
fucking
too.
man.
Martha Stewart.
Fuck that shit, dude. I mean, seriously.
So
That's a man. It's a fucking man. Come on.
It doesn't appear to be a
And that's
man.
not
Like,
what she'd look like. She/he would look like in person.
No, and the picture I showed before is more accurate.
Exactly.
and we
So,
want to hear
you
her
know,
voice too.
you don't.
hello.
Let me show
So,
you.
So Aphid,
I want
I have a
your
question
Yeah.
for you. Did you get a lot of
Alright.
sun recently?
No, it's probably just my camera. I mean, I've been out in the sun, yeah, but I don't really
No,
burn.
your sun tan, dude. I can see it.
Right, I've got to go. See you all.
Nice,
See you, Lee.
nice one, Lee.
Lee,
Take
See you,
care.
Lee.
pleasure.
See you next week.
Peace. Peace,
Alright.
Good
buddy.
to see you, Lee. It's been a while, buddy. It's been
Yeah, too
too
right.
too long. It's always good to see you.
Hey, Lee,
Take
don't
it
be
easy.
a stranger now.
Yeah.
You hear?
It is good to see you.
Aphid, how's your dog
Share
anyway?
My, share my screen.
He's sitting right here by me. He won't go up the stairs yet, but he's walking on all fours.
That's the old one, yeah.
That's Chip.
Well, I mean, Chip. He's not super old. I think he's 7,
Ill.
8.
He's
I just
he's not
kicked
old
Banksy.
yet. He's got the pathetic part, but he's not old. So
Yeah, he's got the.
What the hell?
What happened?
So,
I
guys,
just kicked Banksy out. I thought he was.
You kicked him?
You see my
Yeah.
background? That's my
Jeez,
building.
Last Dance. He was a great guest.
How do
Wow.
I kick him? How do you undo it?
No, he's gonna have to come back
You
himself.
can't. You
Oh, they
can't.
banned him
God.
from the studio.
Get out,
He must have a way to
Banksy.
undo it.
God.
Yeah, how do I unban? There was
you've
another
done it.
picture of him with
You've
a.
done it now. You have
There
last
were
time.
2 Banksys there, and I thought
Oh.
I thought it was some imposter.
Well, Banksy,
If he doesn't come back now, he's gonna you know what's happened.
He's
But there
mad.
must be-
He's
there must
pissed
be-
off.
There must be
quite
some
the job.
setting where I could undo that.
Where's my Banksy? My Banksy boy.
Alright,
Come
it's
on,
got it.
Banksy boy. What the
Oh, there it
fuck?
is. Guests. Banned guests. Okay, remove. He's not. He's not banned anymore. Come back on, Banksy.
Banksy can come back now. Last Dance, what an asshole. And Smokesteve was worried about giving me the keys. Damn.
I don't know what.
That's true.
I don't know what happened.
Do you think he tried to rejoin it and then he couldn't rejoin because he was banned, and he thought, well,
Yeah.
fuck that
Yeah,
then.
if he rejoined, he'll do that.
all right, guys.
So back to the prior subject, the
Aphid Lip, you want the keys to the vet for next week, buddy?
throw him over. I'm catching.
Last Dance. What do you
No.
think? You want?
Give me the keys for the documents, though. Give me the
Oh hell
documents.
no, dude!
Give me
Hell
the-
no!
Give me the
This thing will
documents.
end up fucking the conspirator's corner in fucking 5 minutes with you at the helm.
Well,
Banksy, maybe didn't hear us, but Banksy, you were accidentally banned, but
Yeah.
you've been unbanned, so you can come back now.
yeah, but those documents were safe next to the vet, weren't they?
There. Documents.
Yeah, the secret documents he kept next to his vet. Biden.
But so anyway, before we get too far away from that last subject, I went to a garage sale. And there was a bunch of garage sales today because it's nice weather.
Oh, garage sale, nice.
I don't know if they call them garage sales over by you base, but like
no.
people sell their junk in their yard.
Flea market.
Yard sale, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Surely they do that over there.
Bring him in, Last Dance. There
he is. There he is. Anyway, so I went to
buddy.
one house, and it was I thought it was a dude, you know, and I walked up and he was like real welcoming, like almost uncomfortably so, and I realized when he started talking, it wasn't a he, it was a she.
Gay.
And then
that's not gay.
It was a chick. It was a chick that was trying to be a dude.
Oh.
And then standing next to that person was this real tall person in a dress. And I saw there was this box of shoes, and it was these, like
shoes.
women's looking shoes. And I swear to God, they were like this long. And it hit me.
They were huge?
Yeah. It hit me. And I made a look, and I'm like, that's not a chick, that's a dude in a dress, and that's a chick with dude clothes on. So they were a couple.
Right.
And then I was like, it kind of works, I mean, they probably both understand each other.
Wow, you were attracted.
Wow.
No. I didn't look down and say, oh.
Kind of works for you. Okay.
Either one of them have a wallet that's...
The point is, it's a threesome, you would still join.
Right. No, but I was like thinking about it, and I was like, after I left, and I was like, that what is more comfortable?
But how do you, like, as you go through it, you sit on it, a size 10 ladies choose. That doesn't work, does it? With the realization.
It was Converse All-Stars is what they were.
It's possible.
Converse
They
All-Stars.
were obviously women's Converse All-Stars, but they were in a men's size. So it was
right.
It was like,
I went to a protest.
More power to them.
It's 2 weeks ago.
Look at you, liberal.
Yeah, I went to a protest 2 weeks ago, and there was a load of Antifa types there, and there was a person that was in a red dress with no hair, and this person it looked a bit like that Biden advisor that was stealing this woman's clothes.
Well, that's the first thing I thought of when you said
yeah,
the dress.
Yeah, and what was hilarious about this person was it wore trainers, male trainers, and it had no makeup, no hair, a dress, and male trainers. And I'm thinking to myself, not a lot of effort there, was there? Not a lot of effort. You look at that and you're thinking, the good points on that outfit: no hair, no makeup, hairy armpits, with a dress, hairy legs, and a male trainers.
There's actually a link. I posted a couple of links in the side chat. I would like you guys' opinion.
We call that the back chat around here.
Did you catch any wood on that one?
What I think about that is, there is a side that you might think of a society that, like, might say, I don't give a fuck, and is not trying to be any gender.
Well, don't take offence when you call him a dude, then, eh? Don't take offence when you go into a shop dressed like that and they call you a dude.
Well, that's what I mean. It would be a dude, like I know surfer dudes and shit who would be like, wear a dress or whatever, and they don't even care. But they're not wearing a dress because they're trying to be a woman. They're like, that's the only thing they could find, maybe because they're fucking surfer dudes.
But that creature's not doing it for that reason.
Correct. Different people altogether. Right.
What's messed me up the most is that back in the day, you used to get blokes on bachelor parties or bachelor night where they would all dress up as like women's dresses in like rugby. They basically look like burly rugby playing men with like women's dresses as like a joke. Or there was charity events where men used to dress up in women's clothing for charity. Nowadays, though, you just won't be able to tell. Is this a joke or should I just say, ma'am?
Who's going to give money for that now?
It's like show
like
at,
a lot of British humor was like that. Monty Python and a lot
well,
of the old
bridge over the
British
River
humor
Kwai.
stuff.
They had a scene where the prisoners were putting on a show with the girls and
Right, and that was the thing with also Navy ships back in the old days. Like some of the guys would like dress up as girls and they'd like dance with the guys. They were their own like sailor compatriots, comrades.
But it was an act. It was a performance.
It was an act. It was funny, and there's some of the old aircraft carrier pictures from Korea and World War II have pictures of that, where they're the sailors and they're dancing with each other, and there was no question on whether or not they were straight. These guys were going to war, and they were having some fun out at sea, dressing up and being, but they weren't like.
But you know what? A certain percentage of them were gay.
Yep.
Of course.
I was going to say that last dance. The U.S. Navy.
And ironically,
Navy,
the next day their farts sounded a lot different too.
Fucking hell.
What did you mean?
There's a very vigorous rumor out
Silent.
there. The U.S. Navy has a lot of gay men
In the Navy.
Yeah.
No, but I don't even mean Navy. Like
A lot of seamen in those ships.
Ooh.
Yeah, it sure was. It sure was.
Well, I mean, the Navy was the one who got all of the armed
They were the
forces there,
transport.
unless it was the Army Air Corps or the Air Force. So it would
was
have
the
been Army, Navy, and Marines.
You know, Steve, I'll tell you a story. I had a lot of old clients. One of my guys I had a couple guys in Korea, and one of them.
I'm sure you did.
On the way back, they dropped off Colombian troops that had fought in Korea, and this guy actually landed on the Pacific port. It's Buenaventura, which is it's a Pacific coast port on Colombia. And I had no idea that Colombian troops actually fought in Korea, which was fascinating.
UN troops, right?
Yeah, UN troops.
Yeah, a lot of.
And then they went north to the Panama Canal and came through to come back. He was from New York, so that's where they ended up in the end. It's pretty bizarre.
Crazy.
Hey, McGrand.
Yeah.
Can you identify what this is right now? You ready? I'm gonna say a sentence to you.
Go ahead.
A man, a plan, a canal, Panama.
Teddy Roosevelt?
No, I think, does anyone know that one? A man, a plan, a canal, Panama.
Yeah, I know that. It's Teddy Roosevelt.
I know the history of the canal.
Now, you're just looking at the structure of the sentence.
I mean, it's a palindrome. Is that what you're saying?
It's one of the longest palindromes.
Right.
Yeah, I think you already brought this up like a couple weeks ago.
No, it would have been years ago.
Well, refresh me.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure what you're getting at, though.
Well, I was just trying to see if McGrand could pick out the palindrome.
Well, I can tell you about the canal, man. The whole thing is before
he still didn't.
We don't want to know about the history of the canal.
I tell you about the history of the canal.
I know. That's what we're trying to avoid.
The French tried to build it,
we don't want to know.
and they failed.
Malaria, yeah, we know.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
what happened was, the real problem is Panama was part of Colombia, and they were having problems with them. So what they did is they fabricated a revolution and separated Panama from Colombia in order to dominate the government so that we could build the canal. Talk about imperialism, right?
Yeah.
A new world. So
How many deaths, McGrand?
plenty of deaths. But
Well, I need more than plenty. Give me some numbers.
Here's what happened. What we did is we polluted the marshes. We poured fucking petroleum products and fucking killed the fucking mosquitoes.
Right.
And the ecosystem, the dam with the ecosystem. We gotta drain the swamps, and we gotta kill anything in the water that remains. So
Stick a bit of fuel in there. Eh?
Steve, I really would like the answer to that.
I
Still asking. It's a palindrome.
I believe there was 100,000 deaths. It sounds a huge number, but that's what I was led to believe.
At least, especially with the French.
Oh, they failed over decades. Just failed and failed and failed.
It took a long time.
I think you're the only one that finds palindromes interesting, Smokesteve.
Yeah,
I find them interesting, but
apparently.
I'm at a loss. Forgive me, guys. I'm not a palindrome guy.
Read it backward.
Wait, my lady comments in. Clearly, things are going well. Oh, Jesus. This sucks, is what she's saying. Let's keep rolling, boys. What else you got?
All right. We will continue to entertain your wife, my friend. Even though we fail, we will continue to carry on.
Did you take that picture that's behind you?
I did.
It's a nice backdrop, buddy.
Let me get out of the way.
What does it mean?
Double rainbow.
Double, yeah.
What does it mean?
That means it's an extra Pride week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I took that with my shitty telephone.
Yeah.
the groundhog saw the double rainbow, and now it's 6 more weeks of Pride parades.
Yeah, my granddad's got TV coming.
I could probably change it. Let me see if I can find something out there. I have to go
I'm sure you could find room.
Smokesteve, you wanted to ask me about how I dislike the human race?
Yeah, I got that in the notes here. Aphid says AI is safer for the planet than humans. What's up with that?
That's why we don't like it.
I think AI's. We don't have to worry about all this Putin, Ukraine crap. AI is just going to wipe us all out and keep it as pets.
So, what are your thoughts, Aphid? That humankind is detrimental for the planet?
Oh, absolutely. That's a proven fact.
Is it?
That's an osprey.
But if we weren't here, then there would be no.
If you don't believe me, give me another 100 years and come back and.
Well, that's fine. If we weren't here, there would be no cognitive logic to realize how great it was.
Well, humans have been here now. They're talking of maybe 300,000 years. So.
Yeah.
Right. Well, look at the last 100.
What I will say is
the
human beings are not detriment for the planet. Human beings are detriment for human beings. The planet is fine. It'll go on after us, believe me.
Well, it depends on what your definition of what's fine for the planet. If you want to define life on this planet, then no, humans are horrible for life.
Not even that. I guarantee you that if we even nuke this entire planet into an oblivion, it will still, after a few million years, life will emerge
it'll
again,
recover after we humans are gone. But we're covering it all with like our own shit. But
what I mean is we are detrimental for us. The planet doesn't give a crap about us.
Well, that's what I said. That's your definition. I would define it as like the species that we destroy and
sure.
Like he said earlier, taking out the mosquitoes, and a lot of people think that's a great thing, but maybe something eats the mosquitoes and
a lot of things eat mosquitoes.
Eats those.
I have an interesting correlation.
Mosquitoes kill more humans than any other animal in the world.
That's just
any other thing.
The cookie crumbles.
I have some interesting data on that.
You don't know if you kill the mosquitoes if it's not going to do something else, like
how it's going to affect the ecology or the environment in
honeybees.
So you guys realize that from core samples, even if it's in the Arctic or in the Antarctica, they can determine certain trends that occurred in history.
I said that earlier on.
Relevant to carbon exposure and so on.
That's what I said.
And there was a very interesting study done, and it focused on the period from like 1492, which was the first influence of Europeans in the Western Hemisphere, and it went on for like another 200 or 300 years, and they actually showed a dramatic drop in carbon in the core samples. And
part of that 1400s.
Wait, let me finish, dude.
1400, you said.
I'll be brief.
Right.
1492.
There was a reduction, and what they attributed that to was the European influence in South America or Latin America. Basically, the extinction of the indigenous people.
1492.
And from the carbon at that point was due to agricultural activity. Because you got farm animals.
So it would have nothing to do with like volcanoes, would it?
No. So what happened was it's basically human activity. So
that's bullshit. It definitely carbon is released from volcanoes.
Well, it is, but I'm talking about this specific.
But wait there. Yeah, but you've said a lot. In the Industrial Revolution was in the 1700s. You're talking about 40. Yeah, but that's
No, but he's not talking about the Industrial Revolution as a carbon release.
In the core samples.
But we didn't have huge things going on before that time. We didn't have huge things going on before that time.
No, I think you're mistaken. Hold on. Let Grundy finish his point.
Okay.
Then he might clarify.
Thank you. So what the smart guys figure is that's due to the basic annihilation of a great majority of the indigenous population of Latin America due to the Western influence, due to disease, slavery, or whatever you might want to say. So in other words, these indigenous people with their and in fact there's stories of conquistadors with great cities on the Amazon that failed to exist like 50 years later. Okay, so I'm just mentioning that as a timeline. That was even before.
Okay. So you mentioned core.
There was a profound effect of human activity.
Okay, you mentioned core samples in the Amazon. Concerning about
samples.
Antarctica.
Anyway.
So well, I'm trying to work out how you can pinpoint that down to the Amazon.
Well, because that was the most profound activity occurring at that time.
No volcanoes.
Well, there might have been volcanoes, but nobody was recording them, so who knows?
Well, they have recorded them, like I mentioned earlier on. When they take the core samples and they go back 8,000 years, we're at our lowest levels, basically, now.
Okay, I'm talking about a reduction in evidence of human activity during that time period, not an increase.
Oh, he's saying there was a reduction in carbon, not an increase in carbon.
Yeah, but he can't pin that down to
the reduction in agriculture because of the genocide of the indigenous people.
How many people died, mate?
Dude, probably millions and millions.
Yeah. Millions and millions.
If you're talking the population of South America, but the thing is, I'm trying to figure out how did the reduction occur? What were they doing prior to the?
It was because of the influence of the conquistadors. And
but
killing off these people, so their agricultural production failed to exist anymore.
Oh, so their agricultural production reduced so much that it actually
just like everywhere in the world, we wasn't a huge population then. It was very sparse. The world was really sparsely populated hundreds of years ago.
That's a misnomer. That's actually come across as not necessarily true. I mean, they found civilizations potentially going back 11,000 years in the Amazonian.
Yeah, I'm not about the age of civilizations. I'm about the volume.
But volume, even volume. We're talking size, New York City kind of population sizes.
Yeah, they existed.
They're reevaluating a lot of those things now.
Phenomenal technology that failed to exist afterwards, and it was primarily because of disease.
But what I mean is, when it comes to the South Americans and the age of actual civilization, because it was always estimated around, like, I think 7 to 10,000 years was like the top that that most scientists would agree upon. But now with the discovery of these cities in the Amazon, because believe it or not, that they discovered these cities because of deforestation. Yeah. Because they were, chopping down all the trees. They actually found them.
And they've got look-down radar that they've been using.
Yeah. And these cities are immense. They are very large, and they have this incredible black crop that they invented in order to make to be able to farm in the soil of the Amazon, because it's very harsh. You can't farm things easily there.
There's three conquistadors early on that I'm talking like probably 1500. I mean, soon after it all started. Colombia was like the base of operations after Cuba, you know, and then from then they tried to go back to link to the Atlantic. So they went through, and this is before the partition with
I'll be back now, Steve.
Portugal and Spain, where the Pope cut the continent in half. These guys were exploring the Amazon, and they were looking for a route to the ocean, and they came across massive cities with hundreds and maybe millions of people in those cities, and then maybe 10 or 20 years later, those cities no longer existed.
Well, it's just
because of exposure and interaction.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of that, but generally, there's a guy actually. This is, by the way, comes from the Joe Rogan experience. There was a guy who's being interviewed by him, and he's exposed a lot of things, and they are now beginning to completely reevaluate how long civilization has been around, how long human beings have actually been around. They've come to realize their numbers were off a lot.
Yeah, they are off.
And that civilizations and cities and things like that have been around a lot longer than they thought that they had been.
They have found, I just recently saw it, fortifications that were built by man from mammoth bones. So now you have mammoths, which are dinosaurs, basically. Okay.
Well, not really.
Well,
no.
Ice Age.
Well,
dinosaurs are definitely different.
I'm just saying,
Millions
you've
of
got
years of difference.
evidence of
Yeah.
man hunting mammoths.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's been evidence of humans hunting mammoths anyway. I mean, mammoths and humans lived along, at the same time. It's just that,
you can find the bones together.
Yeah, exactly. No, comparing mammoths and dinosaurs is just too extreme because there's literally millions of years between them. But as far as human beings building civilizations and cities and pyramids in the South Americas, potentially they could have used mammoths. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we don't really have evidence for that, but we do have evidence now that civilization has been around a lot.
I would not
longer
propose they
before.
were ever domesticated.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's no real evidence to that now, but generally, it's just that I'm interested in the fact that we are reevaluating and redrawing, if you like, the numbers.
The only
of how
reason I
long
mentioned that
people
was
have been
because I
around.
wanted to give some exposure to the fact that by our standards, where we're comparing the destruction of the planet by industrialization, that there was a profound effect when we were looking at it like an agricultural society. And the lack of that agricultural society's reduction in carbon was profound enough to be noticed. And therefore, if we would compare it under an industrial nation or industrial nations,
do you see that in the back, Steve?
Destruction.
I was just giggling at war mammoths would be epic.
Yeah, go ahead.
That was a great comment. Imagine riding into war on a mammoth. Oh,
Right.
crap.
Against the Indians on elephants.
Yeah.
We win. Without
saying got shit on mammoths.
Yeah, I hate to be the guy who's in charge of domesticating mammoth.
Me too. But you know what? There's an interesting point that I think we should make. You guys know about Hannibal, right?
Lecter.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah,
giant.
200 BC. 200
Yeah.
BC. He
Yep.
attacked Rome by crossing from North Africa into Spain, and he actually his army went from North Africa over the Pyrenees and over the Alps, and part of his arsenal were African elephants.
Yes, true.
African
Steve?
elephants. Who could domesticate an African elephant?
Yes.
Elephant.
Do
Nobody.
you see the video in the back chat? And would you mind playing it? It's about historic CO2 levels in a minute. Like, not immediately.
Not a problem. I'm
Is that
trying to
RT?
figure this out.
The
Where'd
thing
you get
is,
that, RT?
Grande, you're actually right about the amazement of actually, because African elephants are but they're not exceedingly, but they are temperamentally very different from Indian elephants.
Or
This is why
Asian
Indians
elephant.
managed to domesticate elephants
Yeah.
in India. But
It's
You
Africans
mean the
are
one
not
that's
really
labeled
able to.
funny gardening?
No, the last one I put in. The last one.
I've never heard that argument. I'm the only one that noticed it. That scares me.
Yeah, Yeah, because I mean, this was I saw documentaries about this of
The one that's labeled CO2 levels?
Yeah.
why like African
left.
nations and African civilizations were not able to
Last Dance
progress
banned 'em.
as quickly as other nations, the Arabs, the
Who did?
Europeans, because they couldn't domesticate a lot of their
No, I
local
didn't do it.
indigenous animals. They
Makes
couldn't
sense.
domesticate the zebra. They couldn't domesticate the. I mean, you can't really domesticate a rhino, the African elephant.
All right, let's watch this real quick. See what it gets to.
From the Viking Age, around year 1000, also called the medieval warm period. We believe that in Greenland, the medieval warm period was about 1.5 degrees warmer on average than today.
Nordgrip, the Greenland ice core project, is being reopened to drill the last few meters through the ice sheet to the rock beneath the research station. The ice core, over 3 kilometers in length, has been hauled up to the surface piece by piece and contains important data on the history of the climate of the Earth. It bears the fingerprints of climatic conditions over more than 120,000 years.
Wow.
When we remove or drill the ice core, we leave a hole, and we insert a thermometer in the hole. We are able to map out the temperature through the 3-kilometer ice sheet. Now that temperature, if we do it precisely enough, thousandths of a degree accuracy, then the ice has not forgotten how cold or warm it was on the surface at the time the snow fell. So, using those temperatures, we have been able to reconstruct the temperatures of the last 10,000 years. Here we have our picture of the temperature reconstructions that we have from Greenland in a graphical form. And if we go back along this axis, it's going back in time. This is the last 8,000 years we have plotted here. On this axis we have the temperatures at the sites in Greenland, and we can see that if we go back from now about 4,000 years ago, we would have temperatures up here for about 4,000 years that were 2.5 degrees warmer on average than today. Now, as we approach our time, we can see that in the period between 4,000 years ago and back to the period 2,000 years ago, which is actually the Roman age, the temperatures have been decreasing in Greenland by 2.5 degrees. Then the temperatures increased gradually up to a maximum point around the medieval warm period, we call it 1,000 years ago, and then temperatures declined and goes down to a minimum around 1650 AD, comes back up a little in the 18th century, and then around 1875 we have the lowest point in the last 8,000 years, right here, and that matches exactly the time when meteorological observations started.
All right, pretty interesting.
But you know, the degrees that the graph seems to accentuate minimal changes in temperature.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
most of
because-
these climate activists are screaming if the temperature of the planet gets over 2 degrees higher than what it is, we're all going to die. It's
Yeah.
basically, hell on earth,
Yeah,
the
two-
revelations, fire and brimstone.
Yeah, that's saying even 1 degree is 2.5 degrees warmer 1,000 years ago.
But that's exactly it. That's why I don't think the
But
claims that the
1,000
climate
years ago,
activists
we may
make.
not have had a record of any volcanic eruptions or anything else.
Mate, they've just done the ice core there. They've just shown you the ice core there. They can prove CO2 levels and temperature levels.
So, but
Climate change doesn't go into my
occurred.
Climate change doesn't go into my theory on why humans are so bad for this planet whatsoever. I don't even know if I believe in climate change.
That could be a whole other argument. But generally, when it comes to the climate change argument of if we go above 2 degrees, it's fire from the skies. I don't think that's.
I think there's going to be a bigger problem. I mean, that is whether it's caused by us or not, it's going to be a problem because I think that the sea levels are going to rise, and we're not in grass huts where we can move them inland another mile and it not be a big deal. We got
8,000 years ago, it was higher, and
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just using an example. I'm not saying that's.
And the problem you get, I mean, that evidence is from like 20 years ago. And the reason why that it's quite hard to find evidence and stuff now is because it's just shadowballed, it's snowballed, it's pushed out the way. It's not wanted anymore. It doesn't fit the narrative. You know what I mean?
I am skeptical nowadays of what kind of evidence, but I've never been convinced with this 2 degrees above and then that's it. Fire will rain upon us and God will bring
the Maldives.
It's going to be like Noah's Ark and shit.
There wasn't supposed to be a Maldives, was there? At the moment, they just finished a new international airport.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think. I think things may get worse, but on a very small incremental basis over decades. But I don't think it's going to be this overnight. End of was it that movie 2012 kind of stuff. I just don't see it as that.
When people say, "Oh, it doesn't snow as much as it did when I was a kid," you're talking about a pin drop in a fucking haystack of fucking climate. Now, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of climate sort of panicking. I just don't see that.
Yeah, but all that anecdotal, people say, "Oh, it doesn't snow like it used to snow," and you're like, well,
don't get me wrong. I don't believe that we should just stop. Sort of moving towards greener and sustainable energy.
Agreed.
We still should be progressing towards that. We should still be striving and trying to develop technologies to make those things available.
You can't persecute
fuels.
It's such a political thing, though, and most people shit on any kind of moving in that direction. You might say, "Hey, I like I want to go in that direction." But then you might like a picture that shows a gas-powered truck towing a Tesla too.
Yeah, but why not? Why not? Doesn't make you a Nazi. but
there's words for it, like hypocritical.
But the thing is, like electric vehicles, like bikes and cycles, I get it. You can charge it at home. It makes sense. But currently with the cars, when you've got a 200-mile range or 250-mile range, it doesn't suit everyone, and it's not. When you're going to charge the vehicle on a fast charger, 40 minutes each way, it becomes, and the money, of course.
I don't know whether this was a troll video or whether it was genuine, but I saw this video of a guy with a Tesla. The guy pulls over, says, "Mate, do you need any help?" He goes, "Yeah. Can you give me some diesel?" And the guy's like, "Diesel? This is a Tesla. What are we talking about? Diesel?" No. I need some diesel. So then he opens his boot. He has a diesel electric generator. They pour diesel in it, and then he plugs his Tesla into it.
Yeah, and that's a Tesla. That's not the poor network all the other cars are going to be charged off. Because Tesla are obviously privileged on that front.
No, but it's just fantastic because I can just see it in the future. There'll be just all these Tesla and electric car owners with like diesel generators in the back.
Well, you look in service stations now. You just see. That's all I see, and I've seen it only the last year or so. This car's just parked up for like 40, 50 minutes. That's how long it takes to charge. It's about 50 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's like, fuck me, you got to do that. I was like,
it can, like, it depends on how much you want to charge. I mean, if you want a full charge, it might be like 40 minutes, an hour. But if you want like a half charge just to get you home, you may not have to wait that long. But the cost is actually as much, if not more, than just filling up a tank of gas.
They worked out if you use fast chargers.
Less, yeah.
If you use commercial fast chargers, it's more.
It's another reason for subsidized nuclear power.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Well, I will say this. This is what Elon Musk said in regards to shifting from petrol or gas-powered vehicles or fossil fuel-powered vehicles to electric is in this sense, that if you have an electric, if you got, let's say, a liter of diesel, it will be much more efficiently used in a electric power station than it will be in your car. Your car wastes a lot of that energy, which could be utilized more in a power station, and then have that transferred to your car in an electric form.
That's
the argument. Yeah, that's the argument that I can see that, yes, that makes a little bit more sense. So if you have an electric car and for every liter of petrol or diesel you would put in your car, you transfer that to a power station, you may actually find yourself in a better place.
But the problem we've got, and it's like for the American people on the panel, in London now, you live in London, I don't, Banksy, but in London now, they're doing a £12.50, which is about £12.50, I suppose. Roughly the same, $10, something like that, there or thereabouts. You have to pay $10 to drive your vehicle in central London, and it's now that is now huge. By the way, that's not like a little 50 pence piece in the middle of a big city. That's like majority of the city now.
What's
Are you
that?
talking about the
Tolls
units,
or
or are you
parking?
talking about the congestion? Because there are two charges in London.
Yeah, there's two charges. So you've got the $12.50 would just be the
I think that's the ULEZ you're looking at. Because I think the congestion is like £15-16 now.
Right, yeah, that's different again. So to drive around London, say in a car, it would cost you £30 a day, £27 a day.
How do
$27 to £30
27,
a day.
yeah.
What do they do? They have plate recognition. How do they charge you?
Yeah. So that's how it's done. It's all done on the camera. So they make it so impossible for the poor people to drive. It is a tax on the poor. This is the problem with the green deals and all that shit. It's a tax directly on the poor. So because if you're rich, it doesn't make any difference. £30 to rich people is 3p to me. Yeah,
it's like sales tax. It's regressive taxation.
Yeah, so they drive around. They drive around in their gas guzzler. It doesn't make any difference to them. They might drive around in their electric car that's like hybrided with a diesel, and they drive around in diesel on the hybrid car all day. Whatever they do, it doesn't really affect the rich people. It only affects the poor people. Like we're paying. I think we're paying 300% more than other people are paying for heating. In Europe at the moment, and why? It's just
I was
a tax on the poor.
In a large firm some years back, and one of my bosses, he would always drive his Porsche into work. Didn't give a crap about the costs. It was like it's nothing.
Yeah.
And because he had his own private parking inside our building anyway in central London.
I don't blame him.
And he would drive his Porsche every day. Well, not every day because he wasn't always in the office every day. But every time he came in, he would never do public transport. He hated public transport. But yeah, he didn't care. But rich people, as I said, if you're paying $35 a day to go into London, for a rich person, that's nothing. That's nothing. It's not.
It literally is 30 pence or 3p.
Porsche doesn't really burn that much gas. It's pretty fuel efficient, isn't it?
Well, Porsches are okay, but I mean, generally, it's not even.
No, it's a sports car at the end of the day, mate.
I know. It's small, and it compared.
It doesn't matter how small it is, does it? You can have a fucking Ford Mustang 5 liters, and it's fucking rubbish, and it's just nothing, isn't it? Well, that's
again. It doesn't matter for those things. I know. I literally saw one time a guy park his yellow Ferrari, on a road where it was no parking. You would immediately get ticket. He parked it, and admittedly, I thought, what an asshole, because he was literally blocking the road. But people said to him, you're going to get a ticket if you park here. He's like, so what? I don't care. It's the same price as it is if I go and park it in some car park.
By the time it takes me, yeah, but it depends if it is though. If they're allowed to tow it, then most you only ticket it. But the reality is, the time it takes him or me to park my vehicle, it'll take me 20 minutes. I'll make more money in that 20 minutes doing the deal than I would be. You know what I mean?
But generally, they're just like, there was another one that I heard. I didn't see that one. It was a guy was in an Aston Martin, and he parked again on the road where he was going to get a ticket. People said to him, "You can't park there, mate. You're going to get a ticket." He said, "Do you ever see James Bond looking for parking space?"
Yeah. I went to the
PPK.
Exactly.
Yeah, I went to the Oxford protest, and I put a number plate on the back of my rucksack, the dog rucksack I got, and the number plate on the back said F off WEF, and I went on the front saying dystopia, because in Oxford, as Banksy knows anyway, they're doing this 15-minute cities, which they're doing throughout the world.
Yeah,
doing 100 cities in the UK have signed up. Oxford's like your test bed. And so the AMP the camera, the AMP camera, it recognised my number plates on the back of my rucksack and my chest.
Oh my God, really?
Well, that's what I done it for. I went to a shop and got number plates made up.
Oh, fantastic!
What do you think happened?
Did you get a bill?
Well, this is it. So this is it. So I've worked out.
Maybe you crashed the system.
Yeah, I've worked out what's happened. It's come up as a blank, and it's gone into a shortlist. We'll shop here. They go like that. But if it was a real number plate for a real car, it would be highly amusing. I'd recommend people do this. So what you can actually do is like either wear your number plate or someone else's number plate, set it off. It automatically proceeds. It doesn't need to have two headlights and an indicator in the range. All it's looking for is number plates. If it clocks a number plate in its range, it'll click it. It will then automatically send you off some sort of fine. It's £90, right? Right, and then of course, if you ask for the photo, it'll bring up your photo of a guy with a rucksack, and so that's what I wouldn't mind doing. Or the other way.
That's a good way to prank somebody who's giving you a hard time.
Yeah, exactly. Another one is been doing is that if you've got a shit car, and people are suggesting this now, is that you sign the ownership over to Sadiq Khan. You sign the Sadiq over at the LTN headquarters. So you sign your V5 over. But because you've got because you had the V5 in your hand, you can then get tax for that vehicle. So you can get tax on that vehicle and insurance on that vehicle, but you don't own
Sadiq Khan's name. By the way, guys, if you don't know, Sadiq Khan is the mayor of London.
Yep.
So if anyone doesn't know,
so then all fines will go off to the LTN headquarters and
he's of Indian origin, correct?
Pakistani.
Yeah, Pakistani,
right?
yeah.
Oh, Pakistani. Forgive me.
But he's the
at one point, it was part of the.
It's the same people.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be amazing to troll Sadiq Khan like that. Just have millions of like Eulers and congestion charge tickets.
He's gonna own loads of vehicles worth £500 because £1,000 because basically. He's still a scrappage scheme, but the scrappage scheme would like cater for like 10% of the cars or like 5% of the cars that are like qualified. It's a complete just fuck off, really.
I
It's
had to sell my car because of Sadiq Khan, because of the Eulers. My car was I love my car. There was no reason for me to sell my car. It was in good condition. It was a beautiful two-seater convertible, but I had to sell it because it wasn't going to be Eulers compatible. It was too old.
What is the point? Is the point reducing traffic, or is somehow
CO2?
CO2. Okay.
Yeah, and older cars obviously produce more than new cars.
So we're going back to the old. So you're taxing the poor again.
One more thing. So if you had a Tesla, you would somehow pay less.
No, you wouldn't get charged at all.
No, you wouldn't get charged at all. So now, if you've got a 70 grand, 80 grand car. That is cool. And even if you go down to
obviously again goes back to the rich. I mean, the thing is, there used to be exemptions even for electric cars and hybrids into central London as the congestion charge, because obviously there was far few of them. But since hybrids became really popular and taxis and Ubers and everybody bought hybrids,
they're charging them now.
Yeah, they're taking that off as the congestion thing.
Yeah,
but they give a lot of perks to electric cars that they don't give to gas fuel cars, but only the rich can afford those cars.
Exactly.
Really, mostly.
So the cheapest electric cars are about, I suppose, like 30 grand now or something like that. You know,
I think you can find some in that range now. Yeah.
Yes, but the reality is, you're getting the bottom end of everything, right? You can't really buy second-hand cars because the batteries do deplete a lot, and basically 90% of if you replace a Tesla battery, I know what it is 25 grand.
Yeah, that's like 10 years though. I mean, you can buy a 5-year-old or 4-year-old Tesla.
So you buy a 4-year-old Tesla with 3 years life in the battery. I don't know. That won't sound good to me.
No. You buy a 3-year-old Tesla, you still have 7 years.
They got 10 years in them, have they? I thought it was 7 years.
No, it's 10 years.
I got 12 years out of my Prius battery.
There you go. So yeah, you can stretch them.
That's a pure electric.
No, it was a hybrid.
Hybrid.
Oh, but that's the thing. See, that's the difference.
It's the same kind of battery. There's just not as much of it.
But the thing is,
those new Priuses look good.
At least with a Prius or a hybrid, you can still drive it on the gas, even if the battery's great.
And
you don't have that kind of option on a Tesla.
Go traffic too.
So a couple of years ago, there was a Lexus Jeep that was going around London, and all the rich people were driving them because a lot of them were because they would have a small battery engine with a diesel engine on their Lexus, and they were just driving on diesel all day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I spoke to people, and on all accounts, they never fucking put it on the electric, but it qualified for that. It qualified for obviously cheap travel around London. And that's it.
You get a lot of tax benefits for hybrids. You get lower tax.
Steve, your mic is off.
Taxation, all sorts of
I'm
things.
curious. You guys present it like it was intent to punish the poor and benefit the rich. Do you don't think that maybe it was they had good intentions with trying to cut down on
they sold it as that for sure. It was never, I mean, they never sell it as, we're going to screw over the poor, but it ends up that way anyway.
Well, I mean, I understand in the long run, but I mean, do you think that
it was intense? It's intense. It's intense. Yeah. So okay. So Bill Gates was asked about all his private jets and all that, and he said, "Well, I do a lot of offshooting with my carbon footprint. I plant a few trees and all that." So, I mean, just by that simple answer, it would say to me, "Yep, it's okay for me because I offset it and I do lots of good." And not good for you fucking normies because you're just oxygen fucking breeders.
The thing is, the idea was, was that AFID, sorry, that they wanted to reduce the congestion in London's traffic. London's traffic is unbelievable. It's like New York, it's just insane.
Right.
And you barely move most of the time. So for that reason, they wanted to reduce the numbers of cars that are going into London so that people at least get around. And on the basis of it, it sounds like a good idea. But unfortunately, what it really ended up doing is the rich, because they gave a lot of incentives for electric cars and hybrid cars, the rich still get around and still use their private vehicles.
No, I agree with you 100%. I'm totally on board with you. I just don't think that there was some greedy guy, because most of these things come up with, two people that really don't know what they're trying. What really the best thing that's going to come out because they don't look at the consequences of their actions. Hold on, Based. You get to talk a lot. I just think that most likely they were trying, just the way that especially Based presents things. It's like, they just want to screw over the poor and benefit the rich. I just think that most likely I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt where they thought they were trying to do something good and they didn't think of the consequences of their actions. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, let me respond to that then. 10 airports in the UK are planned to be shut within 10 years.
Damn airports.
So we're not like America where we have like airports all over the place. 10 airports is most probably 80% of the airports in the UK.
80% of the airports in the UK, they're going to shut down 80%. Are you sure?
10 airports are going to be shut down within 10 years.
But that can't be the 80% of UK airport. That would create an immense.
Name me. Well, they don't want you to travel. Can you get it?
That would. I'm not talking about even the rich people will be affected by this.
Well, Heathrow will be there. Gatwick will be there. I'm sure.
Cargo planes coming and going. Just postage alone would have huge problems. Britain would have massive infrastructure problems and what do you call supply chain problems.
Yeah.
I don't think they can close. No, this doesn't even make. It couldn't possibly be 80% of the airports.
I mean, you name me 10 airports.
What do you mean? 10 airports? Heathrow, Gatwick, Stansted, Manchester Airport, Birmingham Airport, West Midlands. What else we got? I think Liverpool has an airport as well.
Yeah, John Lennon, 7.
Okay, so that's 7.
Bristol, Cardiff, Roos. We've named about 8 or 9 now. So that's majority of the airports. Yeah? You've included in that Heathrow and Gatwick.
Yeah, those are like the major areas in Britain. It would literally collapse Britain. If
we're not on about closing. We're not on about closing Heathrow and Gatwick. That they're going to stay in. But 10 10 airports are going to close down within 10 years.
Another one, city airport. London has another tiny airport, city
Yeah,
airport.
that's pointless. Pointless. They're going to keep them for the rich people in there. That's the rich fucking airport.
That's got all the G5s and the G6s, you know, all those luxury Learjets. It's all in there. But also like some propeller plane, sort of planes as well, Cessnas or whatever.
So 15-minute cities are there to close you down into your 15-minute postcode, yeah? To stop you from travelling, from getting out of your postcode. They don't want you, right? So we know that's not a conspiracy theory, Aphid. You could, so 50.
Steve is about to go.
Yeah, 50.
Steve, you're on mono.
Yeah, 15-minute cities are a reality, Aphids. You can check it up in New York. They're setting one up, right? So that's to stop you. That's to stop you from moving. That is 100% to stop you from moving. And like in Oxford, you can leave your postcode 100 times a year. And any time more than that, you get fines. So there's a restriction of movement there. Now, if that then corresponds out throughout the world, or the Western world, then they're restricting your movement there, Aphids. You can see that, surely?
The thing is, airports are not just for people flying.
I respect what you do because if you didn't and nobody did, then people would get away with a lot more than they do. So I don't mean any disrespect to you, but I think that a lot of times you have this they. Oh, he's awake. He's there.
I'm listening, man.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
I think you put this. Everything is under this "they did this" umbrella, and I just don't buy that. I just think that some things happen, and there's consequences of all actions, and they're not always good. And I think that it's you always put it under the "they did this" umbrella, and I just don't think everything.
But like I said, the world's economic.
And then I think sometimes I think that you get away with it, and something comes true, and then you're always like, "See, I said 3 years ago, that this was the case."
That's been a few.
That doesn't make everything that you say right. It just made the one thing out of 10 that you said 3 years ago.
The only one I think I've been proved wrong on is the old Pelosi one. I mean, that seems to be a bit of a red herring.
Oh, come on! What about the Russian collusion? You were wrong on that one.
What's mean Russian collusion? You're nuts. Yeah, you're nuts. Sorry, it took me a while. You took on the Steele dossier again. You're good on that route. Come on, stop it now.
I honestly can't buy this 80% airport shutdown thing because airports are not just like, it's not like they're shutting down a bus, they're shutting down an entire infrastructure.
Google it then. Google it. Say major shutdowns UK airports. Put that down. Cause I can't do it.
Yeah.
See what comes up.
But base, where would all the electric airplanes land?
And the rubber band ones too.
Even if it's true, which I'm guessing, and I haven't looked into this, but I'm guessing it's probably some extreme person, put this forward to try to get this passed, thinking that it's going to cut down on something, It's
CO2.
It's not Bill Gates behind the curtain.
CO2.
Saying that he doesn't want the poor people to fly no more. I'm gonna shut down 10 airports. I mean, I just don't think that's what it is.
Okay, AFIT, WEF, World Economic Forum, have already announced what they want in the future, and they want people to live in 15-minute cities or 20-minute cities. That's what they want. Right? Okay. So if they want you to do that, and we can agree on that much. Right, and then if you leave your postcode over a certain amount of times a year, then you will get financially fined for doing so, right? Then that would be trying to restrict your freedom.
I will say this, based. I don't think a lot of people here are gonna do what the WEF says to do.
Right.
It's not like they have any sovereignty or any power.
Yeah,
Right.
but it's what they want, and then it's what like New York have now signed up for the 50-minute city. So it's going to it's 100 cities in the UK, and when the letter hits your floor and it says it's from so and so council, and you've left your postcode on this date at this time, and there's a photo of your vehicle. Trust me, you pay your 90 quid. Like a good boy.
Let me just say this. Some of these cities in the U.S. tried to do their defund the police thing. And after maybe 2 years, they said, that wasn't such a good idea.
Right.
So it doesn't take much to have people reject things that they might have fallen in love with for a minute.
Yeah, but not only that, but the red light cameras too. In
Yeah,
the state
but
of Florida, we got rid of them in like.
There's a billion examples.
But
there's a thing. Hold on, base. There's a thing here in especially where I live, where it was a white flight back in the late 70s. You know, people wanted to move out of the cities because there was a lot of black people, and they didn't want their white kids going to school with all these black people. And it was real. So back in the 70s, if we had a podcast, I could be saying they want you to move away from the black people. You know, yeah, there was a group of people that wanted to move people away from, but it doesn't mean everybody was racist. It's not a blanket statement over, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a they as in grouping everything.
But
there's
this
always different people that want different things.
Yeah, but this is a globalist movement. WF is a completely globalist movement. So what they want is what they desire for the world, and it's
right. But they don't have the power to force the world. They're not.
Okay, the last 3 UK prime ministers were signed up to the WEF.
Current one is as well.
What do you mean by signed up? Like
as in the like
as a patron?
Patron, sure. I mean.
They're paid up members of the WEF. They got the nice little photo there with a little smile. Representatives of the WEF, and it's our last 3 presidents, prime ministers.
I paid, I pay Matt to read Matt Taibbi's articles, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to do everything he says I should do. It's not like I'm paying him to tell me what to do. I'm paying him, for his ideas. I want to hear his ideas.
And one thing I wanted to say to you, Based. Now, I've Googled the airport thing. Now, the only thing I found really is from a website called EcoWatch, which says UK airports must shut down to reach 2050 climate target. New research concludes. But this isn't the government. This is just like climate research activists who are trying to. I mean, this EcoWatch is really a kind of a climate activist.
I got the info from Jim.
That's what we should do, but they're not.
I got the info from Jim, so I should have double checked it, but I can't really get on Google when I'm on live chat with you here.
But I mean, I think we can look in, but I don't think this is a policy of, or anything that's come across politicians. This is what the climate activists are claiming that we have to do. Now, I mean, of course, those people are somewhat crazy because they also think that if Britain suddenly became net zero, the world would suddenly recover. Britain 2% of the world's global carbon emissions. Right. It's like if Britain suddenly became an agrarian scenario where we just went on horse and carts everywhere, we still wouldn't solve the climate issue because it's just 2%.
Yeah,
China will eat that up in like a day.
In London?
Sorry?
How clear would the air be in London?
Well, we wouldn't
know. We wouldn't know to get there.
we wouldn't have cars or any transport. We wouldn't have nothing.
They'd never be in London because it'll take 14 days from Wales to come on
walk it or bus it.
No bus. No.
Bike, push bike,
or a donkey or a jackass.
It'd be like North Korea. So it would be like the M4 would be like North Korea. It would be just like cycles going down the road. Net zero, isn't it?
It would be crazy.
You guys could be a Maoist paradise. No.
Or what's his name?
All agrarian and
Pol Pot.
Pol Pot, right? All agrarian, all equal.
I mean, you guys. I mean, of course, you guys know, but
Year one.
those countries who've had these things are the most horrific nations to ever live in. I would rather live in an Islamic theocracy than some of the
for
communist
sure.
nations that have
Oh
come out.
man, imagine. I'd rather live under ISIS than live in North Korea.
Literally, the ISIS at least fed their people. North Koreans are starving. There's a girl who's North Korean who's written a book and she does a lot of podcasts. They talk about how spring is the season of death because there's nothing to eat in spring. He says you can't even find a rat.
Right.
It's unbelievable the conditions that they live in North Korea. It's truly a devastating and a horrific story. But I don't understand why people are not.
They don't have nail salons.
I mean, I will say one thing. To the reasons why they could be in so much trouble, apart from anything else, their policies, etc., is the sanctions that they're up against. Which they say they're not against humanitarian, but obviously it's like the sanctions against Iran. It affects it all the way down the line, doesn't it?
I'll tell you one country that is not sanctioning North Korea, and that's China.
China, yeah.
China is, an enormous economy, so I don't think sanctions are.
China isn't sanctioning North Korea. China isn't sanctioning Iran. Russia isn't sanctioning Iran. Even though these countries are on the Western or if like Western Hemisphere sort of sanctions, they still manage to get on. The North Koreans are being systematically starved by leadership.
Yeah. I'm not denying that fact.
This is a whole other level.
It is North Korea. It gets damn cold. Steve, you can ask your dad about that. There's very little agriculture there.
I don't think that North Korea has anything to sell, even if there are sanctions.
That's all it's got is agriculture, though. That's all it's got. It's just shit agriculture.
Yeah, and they use human waste for fertilizer because they can't even import it.
Bloody hell. Yeah, no, it's a tragic. It's a really.
So you weren't kidding
story.
about shit agriculture.
Yeah.
Don't they have fishing? Don't they have other industries?
No.
I mean, they've got open seas around them. Surely they must be able to utilize that.
But once again, it's a lockdown country, isn't it?
What you have to do is look at the what's his name, Kim's sister, and she doesn't wear nail polish, so obviously there's no nail salons.
You got to look at his brother. Oh, you can't. He's dead.
Damn.
Yeah, which one? The one they assassinated in?
Yeah.
What was that? Where was that? Singapore, right?
In an airport, yeah.
I mean, come on, the dude shot his uncle with some sort of ground to air.
It was artillery.
Artillery.
Anti-aircraft.
Anti-aircraft guns.
Didn't he badmouth him or something?
No, he was just concerned about his power.
Yeah, he was.
Well, he was trying to solidify his position.
He badmouthed him.
I'll tell you what, though, his sister's been moving up in power. I'm glad to see it.
Really?
Yeah. She doesn't wear high heels, though. I'm dying for the day to see her wearing high heels.
Seriously? Is that what you're looking forward to? Is Kim's sister wearing high heels?
I don't know.
That's your goal there.
She's said to be as devious as he is, but maybe that's sort of attractive. I don't know.
I've seen a fake passport of him and when he was alive, the senior and the son, maybe 20 years ago. And I was told that they gained entry in the US and went to Disney World.
Really?
Yeah, under fake documents. But I don't know how true that is.
Well, I know he went to school in Europe under. They had fake names and everything.
I mean, I saw a picture of a couple of Arab sheikhs, like multi-billionaire kind of oil sheikhs, sitting on the London tube station, just dressed in jeans and t-shirt. Nobody knew who the hell they were. They're just chilling.
Wow.
And the picture came out in the newspapers about who they were. They're multi-billionaires. They were just chilling.
Billionaires.
Billionaires. I'm talking oil rich. These guys have houses that are the size of friggin' hotels.
You know them, Banksy. They turn up every year. I don't know what month of the year they turn up, but I would have thought it's summer season. And some of them bring like 20, 30 cars with them, don't they?
Oh yeah, they do that in the summertime because Saudi Arabia is a living hell in the summertime. So they come to Europe because it's cool.
Yeah.
And they bring their gold cars with them, literally gold cars.
In aeroplanes that are designed to take cars, that's basically what they take, isn't it? Car planes. And
they have all
and they've imported, say, like 30 cars, right? And they're only here for like 10 days. And you think you got 30 cars here for 10 days.
A few years back, where the guy imported a gold Lamborghini, a gold, I don't know, it was a Humvee. It was like a 4-wheel, big one, and a gold. Man, I forgot.
The Sultan of Brunei.
I don't know who it was. I don't know who it was.
That guy has that guy has like the most unique and extensive car collection in the world.
Yeah, he does. Ferrari actually made him a state car. You know, like the family cars that you have.
I
the one-offs.
Ferrari made him
one. I've heard the Sultan of Brunei. I heard his car collection's going to shit. Loads of them are just like abandoned. There's lots of warehouses sort of abandoned out there.
I think
that's what I heard. Yeah, maybe he's just got so many, but they're like serious hyper supercars, and they're just like left dust all over them. I've seen a video on it.
The best place to store a car is in a.
Look at Smokesteve. He's fading again.
A low humidity
in the desert,
right?
Just like the airplane parking lots are in the desert,
like Arizona.
Yeah.
Right.
Like in my experience, and Aphid, you may agree with this. Chrysler models like 1970s, and you can't find them anywhere except for Arizona.
I don't know about you guys, but Steve had a massive background humming sound.
Yeah, it's his fan.
He always does.
We comment that every.
Yeah.
It's just. He has a big fan in there that he's.
I thought maybe he was aboard the Enterprise or something.
There he is. Oh, he's back.
But Banksy, we're all big fans of Steve.
He's back and strong. Smokesteve, I got a story. I got a story for you. If he's going. He's gone.
Yeah, I thought.
Yeah, I'm back. What's your story?
I do. Okay. Okay, so a couple, a month or two ago, I told you guys about the seed guy. I know that there was some story about how he got warned that there was going to be like a raid at his place, and he cleaned out real quick. So he's back on his feet, and I got to. He told me the whole story a couple days ago, and what happened was there was some raid thing that was going to happen, but they were too loud. I'm too loud. My son could hear me. But anyway, so what happened was there was where he had cameras set up, and he saw that they were outside. The feds or whatever showed up, and so he waited them out, and after like 2 or 3 hours, they took off, and then he got a Ryder truck and just loaded up this Ryder truck and drove it to my other buddy's house, a place that has a skateboard park. And he said that ride from there to the skate park was like the sketchiest thing he had ever experienced. Yeah, he said, I'm like, dude, they had to smell you from like miles back because he took the highway. And he said,
every drug sniffing dog within 100 miles was barking.
And the whole way, he's like, this is 10 years. This is 10 years. If I get pulled over, I got 10 years on me. And so he was able to do it, and there's a trash compactor at the place, and so I got something from the guy that he took it to, and he's are you kidding me? And I'm like, no, because he had to come back the next day to pick up the stickers. So I'm like, I'll bring it and I'll show you, and I brought it, and what it was all this crap that he took out of his refrigerator, and it was just junk and stuff, and they put it in the trash compactor. And the guy that owns the skate park, he took it out of the trash compactor and bagged it all up. It was giving it to all, like he gave me some, and he was like, "Here, this is some good stuff."
Is it just random crap, or is it good?
He said it was like 7 or 8 months old, and he put it in there I can't remember what his reasoning for putting it in the fridge was for, but he said he had to take everything out of the fridge too because they would look in his fridge and then they would find all this stuff too. But he made me throw it away and he replaced it for me. So I was like, well, thanks, appreciate
Gentlemen,
that.
it's been a pleasure. I'll catch you next
See you,
time.
Banksy.
Great having you, Banksy.
Cheers, Banks.
See you, buddy.
But anyway, yeah,
I'm going to bail myself.
That truck. All right, we'll see you, McGrandy.
Take it easy, McGrand. Good talking to you.
Take care. Good to
Cheers,
see you guys.
McGrandy.
No problem. See you, Granny.
It's probably about a 20-mile drive that he did with that Ryder truck, and he was so scared.
Craziness.
Why is he taking these risks in a state that has legalized?
Well, that's what he said, because this is after it was legalized. He's like, I'm going to be on the news for
In
the
Florida?
first guy. No, Missouri here.
Missouri.
Okay.
And it was going to be like the biggest, bust. And it was a guy after it was legalized. Because he didn't get his license. He didn't get his license or anything. So he's just been, making these seeds, and he sells to these grow places that are popping up all over, or not the grow places, but he sells the flour to the which I don't know how they get away with that either, because it seems like they would have to have
he sells cuttings. Is that what you're saying? You said the flour.
He sells the flour.
He's a seed guy.
He sells pot.
He sells he sells seeds is what he does. He makes different seeds.
By the seashore.
Well, when you just said he sells flour, that means he's selling weed.
Yeah, that's all. Now we've organised it.
Flour. He has got to grow the flour, right, to produce the seeds.
Yeah. So he's growing. He's growing the hemp. Yeah, he's growing the males. Well, he's producing flour. He produces plants, but he only sells seeds. Correct.
Well, and then whatever the flour that he gets to,
that's more personal, though, isn't it?
Probably, or like
from what you're telling me, he sells seeds to shops and organizations.
Well, and people, I guess you could buy seeds here in Missouri without a license or something, or maybe you had to have a license and were allowed to grow so many plants or something. And
yeah, I think that's going to be the law here in Maryland too. You can
probably
a small amount on your own.
Like I said, Smokesteve knows more about this stuff than I do.
It's possible. Well, I might be heading on out down the road.
Yeah,
but
we'll see.
Last Dance is going to keep this baby going.
I don't think he's going to keep it going.
I'm going to keep it going.
Are you?
Until you guys are tired of it. Yeah.
I'm getting ready. I'm going to take off. I think I'm.
No. Aphid, stick around for Last Dance. Come on, give him some support.
Well,
it's up to you, buddy.
I want to play a couple games with my son before we go to bed tonight.
Okay, well then I will shut it down.
2 nights ago.
Well, then, Steve, you could do the shutdown now.
Well, doing wholesome family time is more important than this.
It's hard to believe.
Well, after 4.5 hours.
Well, take care, Aphid, and.
All right, we'll see you.
Nice one, boys.
Thanks for hosting, Steve. Great talking to you, Based.
Cheers, boys.
This view. This is interesting.
Take it easy, lads.
See you, Based.
See you, mate.
It's a pleasure, my man. Wow, look at that. Everyone's gone. Alrighty. Down to old Smokesteve. Well, bye.